Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Well, good evening, and sorry for this late start. This is your host for the evening, Stan Kroenke, and I'm sure you're looking to see Coach Minzy starting this program, but unfortunately, Coach Minzy had some technical challenges, so I'm sitting in for the time being. He will join us at some time during the broadcast, but I want to welcome everyone to the show. Um, it's a pleasure to be here. We have some interesting discussion tonight. And the main discussion is going to be around given where we are in the competition, and obviously we're in a challenging place. Can the Reggae Boyz campaign be saved with or without Tappa? So this is going to be a topic for the evening. But before we go into the topic, I do have to touch upon a few things. Since Coach Minzy has given me some latitude to do so this evening. One is around the results from this weekend in the Premier League. So if you notice, I'm wearing my Arsenal jersey, but it's an old jersey when we used to be good. Right now, we we're not that good, frankly. And even though we have had results, 8 undefeated more recently, today put us back down to reality. Put us in a place where we realize that we have much work to do. So the four love drilling today, I wasn't overly upset about losing. A lot of times about the performance. So you can lose, but do you lose well? There's no consolation in losing, but at least you feel like you have a chance to compete. And today we did not compete. We looked like fish out of water. We struggled. We were all over the place. But when you think you're down, there is always something to lift you up. So I watched Manu today. She may teach me about Arsenal losing to Liverpool, and that's no shame. I see Liverpool play Atletico Madrid in the Champions League, destroy them. Yeah, they lose to West Ham the last time they were out, but they were going to take revenge on someone. And unfortunately, we were in that firing line, and that didn't go well, as you know. But we lost, and we have a young team. The average age on our team is 24, so we have a long way to go. The future is looking bright. But Man United, you hear me? Man United, they had an emergency meeting tonight. And by the way, that meeting was publicized by Fabrizio Romano. As you know, he's an individual who have a lot of links and is always breaking news. He's not a technical director for a club. He's not your official media. So unlike what Cataract was saying the other day about when we are arguing about the JFF and Whitmore and he's going to be fired and the source of information, news does get break sometimes without being through official sources or coming directly from the parties who decide to execute the firings or make certain decisions affecting club. So I think Sokar is based on the communication from Fabrizio. I've seen his last day, but it's always good when someone is close to you or below you or beside you and feeling your pain. So coach is probably not in the best mood this evening because his man he got beaten by a team which is close to the bottom. I know what it feels like to be in the bottom. We were in last place after 3 games, no goals for 9 again. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. What is Duckling Stewart saying? Cranky, do you realize that the teams in the APL that are looking dismal have former players as coaches? What does that say about the Reggae Boyz and Tappa? I'm not sure we can analogize EPL coaches with Tappa. Tappa is in his own class. I'm not going to compare Tappa with EPL coaches. And yes, ex players sometimes don't make the best coaches. Some do. You know, Guardiola was a very good player, and he's an excellent coach. Zinedine Zidane doesn't get the same respect as other coaches do, but he won what 3 Champions League or 4, whatever the number is. So he's done really well. So I would say that sometimes it varies, right? The perception that excellent footballers make the best managers, best coaches is a fallacy. because you can see players who didn't achieve um, notoriety at the highest level, like a Klopp or a Marino, who have done excellent. So I think it just has to do with individuals, their ability to really be strategic when it comes to football and be able to impart their philosophy and their style of play, which we hear a ton of time. And I heard a US on a US blog, and they said they would love to prepare for Jamaica, but they don't know what Jamaica's style of play is, or we don't have one. So you can't strategize for Jamaica. Maybe that's a good thing. You can surprise people. So um, it's really interesting to see what's happening in the EPL. Neo, big up, good night. How are you doing? Good to catch up with you, Neo. Hope things are doing well with you and the family. I am looking forward to the discussion this evening. I'm looking forward to the comments. I am not going to be like some people and say, big up the cranks. There's those who out there that support me because you know who you are. I appreciate you. You know, some people like to push out their chest. My chest not big, so I'm not pushing it out. But I appreciate everyone to be in the forum, be in the comments, welcome your comments, both positive and I won't say negative, I say developmental. So if you have things that you want to suggest, provide a perspective that we can embrace, it may not align with how I think, I'm fine to welcome that. If you have criticism, make it constructive, don't make it negative. And you hear me say this all the time, which is I do think we beat and berate players sometimes, and we cross that threshold, that line, which is deemed to be okay. So it's okay to criticize, provide a perspective on players, but sometimes we just take it to a place where it shouldn't go. I think players are people too. They're in the public light, so they should expect to be criticized. But at the same time, we have to think about they have families, they have friends, they have people who support them. So we should manage our criticism. Doesn't mean that we can't criticize, but don't take it over the top. And I know we talk about Haka a lot, and I've decided to get off the Haka criticizing bandwagon because we talked about Haka a lot. I personally don't think Haka should be in the team, and I've said this numerous times. But I do think he didn't ask for himself to be in the team. He can pick himself to play. He's trying to do something for himself and his family and his country, and we should appreciate it. So we shouldn't be killing or giving Haka a hard time. If he plays bad, we have to call him out, right? We don't have a choice because we're trying to win. What we do most times is we look at people and their performance. We do have our preferences though, and sometimes we lack objectivity. So I get a lot of grief for around Bailey. I think Bailey is a very good player. It was interesting though for Aston Villa today, even though he didn't touch the ball a lot, and I'll delve into that a little bit. He actually was passing the ball. You see, he makes some 1-2 passes. And my question for Bailey is, when you play for Jamaica, I don't ever see you make a 1-2 pass. I look to get a 1-2 pass. Maybe your midfielders are not coming to give you the ability to do so and play off them, but you should bring them into play. So definitely, we want to see more from you because we know you have the ability. But I'm gonna call you out if you don't produce. And so far, we have been disappointed. We don't want to be disappointed. So please, Bailey, come back fit for the next round, and let's make sure that you can help us get to the promised land, even though that promised land is fading further and further away. It's like a lost star. It's a star you see out there. It was like the moon or the sun. It's right in front of you, and all of a sudden it's going further and further away. You know, like the Jupiter, Mars type. You can't even see it that much anymore. So hopefully, the next window, when we start, we'll have the full complement of players to help us. But I want your perspective on this, on the topic tonight, which is, can the Reggae Boyz campaign be saved with or without Tappa? What are your thoughts? Some people see the glass half full, which is they're very optimistic. They are encouraged by the last window. We didn't lose it. We didn't win any of the two games, but we didn't lose either. Some are not as optimistic. Their view is, well, we have won 1 of 8 games. So how are we going to win 5 of 6 or 6 of 6 to put us in contention to be able to make the World Cup? A very difficult task, an uphill task. Some people are encouraged by the performance of Antonio and believe that we provide him with the support, he can score the goals to get us over the line. They're encouraged by the fact that we have only given up in the last 2 games 2 goals. 1 was late. They're encouraged by the fact that we should have won the US goal without a doubt. US game without a doubt. We all agree that there are a couple of challenges in the game where, we got yellow cards, could have been a red. But regardless, the goal that was scored by Lowe, the handball in the penalty area in the first half, should have been a penalty, should have been a goal. And when I haven't watched any forum or any of the commentary in that game that suggests otherwise, that the goal shouldn't have stood. So I'm not sure how the referee made the decision when in most times you give the advantage to the offensive player, unless in today's environment, in today's game, it's an offside. So I'm not sure why the referee called the way he did. I'm sure he saw the player tilt forward, believe me, he was pushed, but you can't make decisions based on belief. You have to have clear, verifiable, substantive evidence to substantiate your decision to not call it a goal or not give the goal. So I was very disappointed in that decision. But what's done is done. We can't change history. The referee, I know there's a view which we should go to FIFA and complain. We can complain all we want, but it's not going to change anything. So Neo is saying the campaign can be saved if we upgrade key positions. Tappa seems less interested in those upgrades even when they're available to him. A new coach can credibly recruit those upgrades and enhance the boys. I would say, Neo, is I don't disagree that we have an opportunity or some opportunities to upgrade, but the challenge that we face, a couple of things. One is I'm not sure some of the potential players out there are eligible to play, like a Demar Gray, for example. And even the one like Stewart, because we definitely need to upgrade the CDM position, the CM position. He's been injury prone, not been available. So I was encouraged in the last window around a Greg Lee, for example, who I thought was excellent. And you scratch your head and say, where was Greg Lee before? I know Taxi has been a stalwart in that position, has locked down the left back position. But there's always competition for places in football. And I think Greg Lee's performance was exceptional, frankly, in only one half. And you know how critical we are as Jamaicans, right? You have to really impress us for us to give you credit, for us to say, you know what? You should play going forward. I'm going to give you a score of more than 7 out of 10. And I thought Greg Lee is tackling, his physicality, his speed, and most importantly, the quality of his play. It's always good to have these physical attributes, but the way he played, the ball he played over the top to Antonio, and by the way, Antonio did get a chance in that game, just on his weaker foot, which he tried to put him in his left foot, didn't have enough power on it. So he did create a chance for Antonio, which probably has been the only chance created for him in the 3 games he has played, which says a lot about our midfield or lack thereof in terms of quality midfield and ability to get our forwards in through on goal, which makes it challenging. But I do want to get Neil, appreciate the point around the fact that if we have greater talent, will Tappa embrace those talents and play the talent that we have? Because let's all be honest. Why did Ravel Morrison not play in the last game? Right? Why do we have Lamar Walker instead of Ravel? Lamar Walker is a young player, very young, has a lot of potential. But would you have played Lamar Walker instead of playing Ravel Morrison in that position? I'm not sure as a coach who's under pressure, I'd make the decision. I want to play my best players. Do you think Lamar Walker gave you a better chance to win than Ravel playing the 10 position? We have always said this, even though Ravel has been a nomadic in his footballing career. The one thing we know is that he has quality. The one thing we see is that he has time on the ball. The thing that we see a lot from Ravel is being able to play the ball between the center back and the right and left back, which is important in football to create chances, to get behind the defense, to give you a chance to score. And frankly, we really, if ever, see that in the Jamaica team, which is very, very disappointing, by the way. There has to be a better way in terms of how we have a midfield that's balanced, that can defend really well, protect the back four, but at the same time, being able to move forward. So hopefully, we'll see some of that in the next window. Ricky's saying our greatest opportunity is our defense. We're conceding too easily. But I do think Ricky, in the last window, we gave up 1 goal to the US. And frankly, I thought we escort the player in the box the way he scored. So I would say the defense was resilient in the last window. Think about it. Against El Salvador, we give a last minute goal. And as everyone knows, don't have to repeat this, we have been good on crosses, what we call set pieces, but these weren't necessarily set pieces. These are in a run of play with a ball in the box. Our defense has not attacked the ball well. But we only gave up 1 goal against El Salvador. We gave up no goal against Honduras. We gave up 1 goal against the US. And frankly, we should have scored more goal against the US. So I wouldn't say our defense is leaky, at least not based on the last window or in the previous one. I would say that your defense is not only your back four, your defense is your 11 players, and especially your midfielders, your back four, and your goalkeeper. So I wouldn't put the onus, I wouldn't put the blame just on the back four. In today's football, defense is played by 11 players. That's why here players like McGee get calls out for his lack of defense, because if you in today's football, the way the game is played, and based on the quality of the players, if you have any vulnerability, any deficiency in any part of your game, your opponent is going to exploit it, and it's going to leave you vulnerable. And so every player has to put in a shift, as we say. And sometimes we call out the back four because we focus on the defense, not realizing that defense is played by 11 people, not just the back four. That's their primary responsibility in the back four, but everyone has to contribute to the defense. Owen is saying, I'm not sure who you're talking about, Owen. I think you're having a discussion with Claudine about a topic, but I will say this, which is, if Tappa is the coach, given what has transpired before, I am not sure that he gives us the best chance to win. Frankly, I'm not sure he gives us the best chance to win. Now, Omar is saying these players will complement the ones we have now, and this will make us stronger. Yes, but as Neo sort of alluded to in his previous comment, which is, would Tappa know how to use these players? So you see on the screen, we have Pinnock, we have Antonio. These are both Premier League players. If you watch Pinnock for Brentford today, I didn't watch Antonio, by the way, for West Ham. I started to watch a couple of games. I watched the Newcastle game because I'm a big St. Maximin fan, and I watched part of the Brentford game. I watched like 2 or 3 games simultaneously, and I thought Pinnock equipped himself well. What I thought was very important that Pinnock does that we don't do well in the back four. First of all, he's brilliant in the air, brilliant, cuts out all crosses, which were very, very vulnerable. But also what he does well, he passes the ball without the outside when he's in the back four. He passes the ball well, find his midfielders, find his wingers, and he seemed to be pretty comfortable with the ball. When I first saw Pinnock play, and I first saw him play against the US when he played in Austria, and subsequently for Brentford when they were in the championship, I wasn't overly impressed, frankly. But he's grown on me like, people say grown on you like fungus. He's grown on me. He's got better and better and better. And the more I see him play, the more I'm impressed with his game. And sometimes players can look really, really bad if they don't have the support, or they're playing a system and you put them in a new system. People talk about muscle memory. I'm going to call it brain memory. It's me trying to think about where I am, what I'm doing, how I'm doing it. And the people around me are not on the same wavelength. And it doesn't work well. Coach, good night. You're back with us. You returned from assignment. How you doing?
Yes, Cranky. Good job so far, man. Big up yourself. Big up to
Big
all
up
the
yourself,
persons
Coach.
in the comment section. Cranky, just go and hold it down, man. I'm just here.
Yeah. So I do want more comments from you, though. Those who are in the comment section. I
Mhm.
don't see Brainless, or otherwise known as Shatter, otherwise known as Critic.
No, brain drain. Brain drain.
No. I call him Brainless. He's not
Oh,
Brain
yeah.
Drain. He's
Oh,
not
yeah.
Brain Drain. I
Oh,
have a
that's why
name
I'm
for
come
him.
up with the
Yes.
name Brain Drain.
Yeah, I call him
And Brain
Brainless.
Drain.
Yes. Drain out. So I call it Brainless. I don't call it Brain Drain.
Yeah.
So I don't see Shatter in the comment section, but Shatter wherever you are, big up to you, Shatter. No, Coach, but we're just talking about. So, Coach, you're joining us because you're in the forum, you're big up today. I saw Man U against Watford. I got destroyed. Then I saw your score and I smiled and said, you know what? I remember your score because we played after you played and we got
Yeah, you played
4-0.
after. Mm-hmm.
Where we didn't play, we were on the field playing what they call backs and forward. I kick the ball to you and you come at me and attack me. That's what we're doing today because we weren't in the game. But you lost, coach, to Watford. But
Yeah,
something,
it
coach,
was.
your loss is probably a win actually. You're getting your coach fired.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've heard talks that um he while the players were on what you call that international break, he was not working with the players who weren't. Probably even take a week off or two and think that. I mean, I don't know, don't even know. We have to leave some of that until tomorrow, the EPL review,
Yeah.
because we
I
don't
agree
really
with you.
want to spoil it
Yeah.
and make it be a 2 day banter.
Yeah. True.
Because
I'll say
it's
this though,
how we
which
get
is
that.
I don't
Hmm.
feel I would feel much more empathy for Whitmore than for Sarkar because he's getting paid a lot of money. He can go count his money in the
Hmm.
bank. Whitmore is not making as not near what he makes. So Sarkar can take solace in the fact that I can go count my money. They have to pay me off because
Hmm.
because I have a
Hmm.
contract that's still I have a contract. What do you have like a 2+ year contract? So I'm not sorry for him.
Yeah,
It's always hard
probably.
for anybody to lose it. You don't want anyone to lose their jobs.
Right,
But
right.
as we talk about before, coach, all the time, it's a results business.
Yeah,
It's a
that's the
results
nature of
business.
football.
You saw with
You
Aston
see,
Villa, you saw with Norwich, and now you see with Man U.
and that's one of the things, Cranky. I don't think coaches will rejoice in a coach losing his job or a coach is on fire, because if you want to use this scenario where both live in glass house, so if somebody throw the stone at Ole and break his glass, there's gonna be a situation where the stone thrower will have his glass break, because come to think of it, you hardly have managers staying in a position for decades. Some might take a sabbatical, some might think it's time to move on, or it is a situation where you're underperforming or the team is underperforming and it is all down to you and they relieve you of your duties. So, I
Yep.
mean, I am not going to rejoice, but at the same time, it it was on its way. Apparently, the pink slip was walking and not driving because it took a while to come. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I agree with you on that. I'm surprised he lasted that long, and I think
Hmm.
one of the things was the support he got from ex-players, right? Phil
Right, right.
Neville's
And
and Roy
Alex
Keane.
Ferguson as well.
Yeah, all those who bash all the other managers, bash the
Hmm.
players, they're pretty soft on Solskjaer because look, they have relationship, right? It's what I talked about before, which is can you be objective about someone who you have a relationship with or you're close to? Or as I say for people in Jamaica, when I talk about Bailey, which is you love the player so much, you can't digest anyone criticizing them. You probably can do it
Hmm.
yourself, but you don't want anyone to do so.
Right.
Similar concept with this, which is Roy Keane will bash anyone, destroy
Yeah.
them, and he's very vocal about it, and yet he was very soft on Salkar, frankly. So,
Yeah, definitely. That's true. I
so
see Nobles Ultra. He has been one that was doing a lot of back and forth last evening. Big up yourself, Nobles Ultra. He's back tonight, and he said, "I will only say that Tappa selection of his friends have let him down." All right, so we can't go around that, Noble. Can't go around that. Can't go around that. You said
and
it.
I know, but you wonder then. Look, we all agree when we're on teams and you have our friends. Your friends have to play, but if you're a manager or a coach and your vocation depends on positive outcome, and your friend is not giving you the best chance to keep your job or to have you win, then why am
Mm-hmm.
I going to select my friends? Yeah, you talk about friends and money, which you ain't going to select. I guess he's prefer friends to money because money is the
Apparently.
job and compensation. Friend is trying to give him outcome, but a friend may work hard for it, may be loyal to him, but may not
Mm-hmm.
have the quality or the legs anymore to have him have the positive outcome. And that appears to be the case.
Yeah, and when you look at it, I think he brought in Mikel Antonio to start and give Javian Brown a start because we have been begging for that player. And I mean, to see him play and play so well, it was indicative of the fact that what we were saying is not that we don't know football. We see the player and we know that the player is good enough for the position that we believe it's a position that needed help, and it was a good thing to see them. So I definitely agree with that his selection would have caused him to, be on the downside, if you ask me. He trust me, if Coach Whitmore had picked the players that are there or are available to him, definitely he would have gotten some good results. And it
Um,
started in Mexico. It
yeah, I go
started
I
in
go one step
Mexico.
further, Coach.
Hmm.
If Coach, you're not gonna like me saying it. If Coach Whitmore had picked the team the YouTubers pick, he wouldn't be having any pressure.
See the behind, watch it, watch it, watch it.
If he follow the YouTubers, because they wouldn't be giving him a hard time. That's the first thing, and they're pretty loud, right?
Hmm.
The general public wouldn't give him a hard time because they say, you know what? He played the best players. The players are not producing. He can't create
Right.
miracles.
Hmm.
But you go against the general view. You go against the vein and say, you know what? I'm gonna do my own thing. I know best, and it hasn't worked out that way. And when it doesn't, you got to pay the piper. Really
Yeah,
unfortunate that he
definitely.
made those decisions because I think we all watch these players week in week out, and we think we know what good looks like and which players we believe can give us the best chance to win. He didn't follow that script, and it hasn't gone well.
But Cranky, I asked this question last night. I want to hear your views on it because if Coach Whitmore were to remain, right, and he decides that, hey, I'm gonna be picking the players that I've been hearing about that I believe that should be in the starting 11, but for some reason I didn't put them in the starting 11. And going forward, he decides to pick the best players. Do you think that the campaign will be saved, or do you think that you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Or
Well, yeah, I mean, those are good questions. You also look at the competition. So we have remaining Mexico, Panama, Canada. Let's say we can get past Costa Rica, Honduras, and El Salvador, whatever win they're in. That's three very difficult games. Canada hasn't
Mhm.
lost a game. So regardless of who you pick, it's going to be a difficult game. We have Mexico at home, but it's not like we have won any game at home. So I'm not sure if home field advantage works well for us, even though most of the games are at home.
Mhm.
And we can beat Costa Rica, we can beat Honduras, we can beat El Salvador, but Panama, we have beaten Panama 3 out of what, 18 times. We have never beaten them in a World Cup qualifying game.
Mhm.
It's difficult. It's difficult. Even because when we say the best players, who we have bringing that's different. We could bring in a Pinnock. We'd probably bring in a Stewart, even though it's late. Would he want to come? We don't have a ton of other options to bring people in, regardless of what we're thinking. As I've said at the outset, we've been talking about this for a number of months now. The Patty Shop Incorporated, which is my new name for the JFF, they are registered. They're incorporated. I think they're incorporated in Delaware. they Patty Shop Incorporated has not done a good job and has to take majority blame for where we are as a country as related to our football. They have just not been able to, even they can't even fire a coach. I mean, they're stumbling over themselves to make a decision about the coach. If you're going to retain the coach and squash all grumbling, squash all public perspective in terms of speculation, squash it. We're going to retain the coach. He's going to be here for the rest of the campaign. Then what we do is say, you know what, let's hope he picks the best team going forward. But then you have some technical committee. People can't keep their mouths shut. They leak information. It's supposed to be confidential. Now, if that was me running that organization, I find out who leaked it and I fire them. You can't be part of the organization. You can't be trusted. You have no credibility. Why would you have credibility with? Why would you have someone in your organization who's going to breach confidential information? That's inappropriate. That's not the way to operate. That's not being an adult. That's a lack of maturity. So why would you be part of my organization? You're fired. However, obviously people have competing agendas in that organization. They're not on the same page. People have their own priorities and their own goals, their own objectives, and that's why we end up where we end up, which is a total mess. So, Patty Shop Incorporated, I hope if you fire the coach, you also resign so we can start over. Got to start from scratch because you're not doing a good job.
Yeah, man. I see brain drain is here. He has
Brain drain in
popped
the
up.
crowd. Cause you know brain drain pop up. Brain drain. Good
Hmm.
night. How are you doing? Because I
He's
know.
saying that, yeah. Let me put up
Uh-huh.
the comment that.
No, brain drain. No, brainless. I'm sorry. 'Cause brain drain. So just like you had brain to drain. Brainless. Brainless. Let me just say this, which is, I am proud of my club. I'm not a bandwagonist. Win or lose, I stay with the club forever. I don't switch side. So all the people like Dre, I'm calling you out Dre, who are Chelsea fan, and Devon, who probably is my age, is a Chelsea. How can Devon be Chelsea fan? Like, how does that make sense? Chelsea been in existence since the 2000 when Abramovich took over. Before then, who cared about Chelsea? Who watched Chelsea? Who followed Chelsea? And Devon became a Chelsea fan. And Devon's excuse, well, we had a player who played for us, who played for Chelsea, so I became a Chelsea fan. Really, Devon? Because Chelsea family start winning. So Devon, I'm calling you out too. I don't buy that, Devon. I'm an Arsenal fan. I'm gonna be honest, I was an Arsenal fan when we we're winning. I'm an Arsenal fan when we're losing, and I'm an Arsenal fan till I die. Not changing to any other team in the EPL. It's not happening.
All right. Let's look back on this comment that Neil is saying. The fans in the stadium did lift the team. 5K more may work wonders. Actually, it wasn't 5,000 fans in the stands. We understand that the amount was like 4,100. You know what I mean? And I guess the disappointment of El Salvador plus other variables would have probably caused about 900 people less. But obviously, the crowd that was there, Cranky, trust me, they think the ballers put in a shift. The crowd put in a shift. You see where Cataract was on Karumi and Chemo, the whole massive them did over there. I may have some person in my community said tell me say them they did it and them did have beat the place and thing. Trust me. It was a good vibe. Very good vibe. So you can imagine if more persons were in the stadium. I do agree with Neo, because even when free kicks were being taken, when corners were being taken, everybody was goal, 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 and you just hear the synchrony right across the our harmony right across the stadium. So
Yeah.
I do agree with that. So going forward, if the fans numbers can increase in the stand, then definitely it could boost the team. But will it be the same if we have a new coach, or will it be the same if we have Whitmore? Because I mean, everybody has him as the legend, the icon, World Cup icon. So I think the team really support, and some of the players support him to the max. So I'm not sure, because what if it's a case where the technical team decides to take over the selection and just give the coach a team? But isn't that undermining the coach again? Or is it a best case scenario to save the campaign?
I don't think you can ever have a coach not being able to select a team. Then what is he there for? I mean, if I was a coach, I'd walk away. There's no way you're going to give me a team. I'm supposed to run the team. I'm the one who get the accolades if we win, and get destroyed, frankly, if we lose, especially given where people are in their perspective. Why would I not be able to select the team? There's no such thing. Now, I think what a coach should do is, you know, try to get the advice from people who he value, like supposed to value a Paul Hall, or maybe even others in the administration, to source them out in terms of their perspective, what they're seeing, what their views are. Because as a coach in any discipline that you're in, you will never have all the answers, right? You should be soliciting advice from people who you trust, their judgment, their perspective, and saying, how does it align with how I think? The final decision is always yours, because it's your neck on the line. But I don't think you should just be dictatorial or monopolistic in your thought in terms of how you make decisions. You should always be thinking about because no one has I've always said this 101 times. No one has a monopoly on intellect and intellectual capital. So you should always, just like how companies do, source information from different source, assess the information to inform your view, then help you to make a decision. Why, as a coach, you believe that you have all the answers? Do you think that Alex Ferguson doesn't have a trusted assistant? Or same with Guardiola when he used to have Arteta? Or the people? That's why you see the coaches bring the same people with them everywhere they go, because they're an asset, they provide value, and they help coaches make that decision. And they also can be counter to the coach, which is you want someone who's not going to be a yes person, who's going to provide a view which you value, who's going to see where you're making a mistake, who sometimes is contrarian in their thoughts, but it helps you think about what may work, what may not work, and maybe to make better decisions. You're smiling, coach. You must be reading a shutter.
No, man, I see you
how's
have
our
a
brain
comment. It was
Huh?
just a comment that Neo read, but I was waiting for you to read that one you placed on the screen.
Oh, it's Omar saying my answer to coach's question is no. And for those who don't know, the question is around us making the World Cup, whether we have Tappa or not. And I think Omar is saying no, and this is because he already, I guess when he said I think he's probably thinking about Whitmore already muddied the water, and I've already created a division that his personality will not allow him to make an important U-turn, which is, can Tappa take us to the promised land? Well, he won't be around for 2026, which is our best chance, because I'm not feeling comfortable about next year's World Cup and trying to get there. When you win 1 of 8 and you have tough teams to play, and you're not sure about your next team, because who knows if Anthony's going to be healthy for the next round or anybody's going to be healthy for the next round. And we don't have the bench strength to say we can compete with the best teams in the region if some of our best players get injured or not available. So it makes it difficult. Very, very difficult.
All right. Yeah, man, I see a comment there from Neo. I can see 3 factions in JFF now. Tappa out, Tappa in, and let's abandon the campaign. You think that? I think they want to make it to the World Cup,
There is no such thing as abandoning the campaign. There's no such thing as going.
I hear the president spoke on interviews, and he sounds very, very, very annoyed by what transpired or has transpired thus far. He said that the team has underperformed. His tone tells me something, that he is disappointed, he's not pleased, and if he could just snap his finger and something happened, he would have done that. So I'm not sure if they want to abandon the campaign. I think they want to go to the World Cup, which the fans want to as well.
Yeah, so let me read this quote and then we can touch upon that topic, which is CC saying 2026 World Cup won't have USA, Mexico, and Canada, so we should be fine. Really, CC? Do you know Patty Shop Incorporated and how they operate? Don't count your chicken before they hatch,
Yeah, I'm not going to say we're going to be fine.
Yeah, you probably have the Hades and the Costa Rica rejuvenated, and we still have Panama, we still have Honduras, still have El Salvador, still have a Curacao being straightened. So everybody's going to come with the same view that we're having, which is it's the easiest time to make the World Cup in this region. They're going to come stronger. What we have to do is lessen or stamp out the dissension in our ranks about who is deemed to be authentic Jamaican, and make sure we try to get the best players as early as possible, incorporate into the program, and go out and execute. But this whole concept about I'm Jamaican because I live in Jamaica, or if you're British born, you're not Jamaican, that's only being very divisive. It's not helping anyone.
Yeah, that's divisive. I have something coming up in a cranky that I want to show you of some of the favorites they played today, but we'll be getting into that.
You mean that our players who played in the EPL?
No, not the EPL. It was a playoff game in the MLS.
Oh, you mean Philadelphia?
Yes.
Playing against a team, and we had both Burke and Blake playing. I saw Burke set up a goal actually. which the player missed. He kicked it on the keeper. It was a really good cross that he made. How was the outcome of the game? Who won the game?
Philadelphia won.
Okay.
Hold on. Ian,
He
what
played the
is
Red Bulls, didn't he?
Yeah,
Go
the
ahead,
Red
Coach.
Bulls. Ian, what are you celebrating with me? I see you say Coach Minzy and some champagne popping. What are you celebrating with me? Ian, talk to me, Ian. All right, let me pull up the information where these players are concerned that played today.
So CC saying it's been reported in mainstream media. By the way, CC, we can't trust mainstream media anymore, because said we're on a wrong path. That the JFF president was voted as CFU VP. I didn't know Party Shop Inc. of executive can go up and go to run an organization. Yeah. I think Coach, if you're saying the president is very perturbed and annoyed about where we are, did the president look in the mirror? Does he have a mirror at home?
I don't know.
Did he look in the mirror and figure out who to blame? He runs the entire organization. The buck stops at the top. So he should be annoyed with himself.
What I think they're saying, though, Cranky, is the fact that they would have given the coach everything he asked for. That's what they are using that.
No, there's a difference between me giving you everything that I can provide to you to give you the chance to get the best outcome versus I'm giving you what you asked for. Because you may not know what to ask for. You may not have the insight to figure out what to ask for. But I should be at the top of the house with a very broad perspective, very thoughtful, very strategic, very know-how to say, you know what? Here's what I think you need. Here are the tools you need for you to be successful, and provide you those tools. So if you're asking me for things that you may not even know, because we have all challenged the way Tappa operates and his thought process. And frankly, if Tappa may not ask for any British players from what we're hearing, Tappa doesn't talk to the British-born players. McGee came in your program and said Tappa doesn't talk to him. Like, how inconceivable is that, to say a coach doesn't talk to a certain section of his players? That is divisive in and of itself. Coach, you coach. Do you have people in your team you don't talk to?
No.
Does that make any sense?
There's
no such thing. No such thing.
It and even if, I mean, that does ludicrous. It can't happen. It can't work. Even if you and somebody kick off, after you talk your mind and the person talk their mind, we just move on.
Yeah. So CC is saying, sorry, Coach. CC said the next window is going to be difficult. Believe we lost our chance to qualify. I mean, I think, have we lost our chance? I don't think we will qualify. There's still a possibility, not a probability, but there's still a possibility. And it's getting smaller. That window getting smaller and smaller. Every window that we have, because we keep not doing well. We're still not winning games in the window. So coach is pulling up. So this segment now we're going to talk about players' performance. I guess this weekend, and this is Avas Powers. He's look like he's stuck on the sideline, coaching his heat map. I mean, he's go to different places. He's stuck out on the sideline. He played. He had people. I can't see too well. Even though I'm nearsighted because it's right in front of my eyes. So maybe I should wipe my eyes out, coach. He had 15 of 36 accurate passes, even at a club level. So the level has, even at a club level, he still can get his pass accuracy over 50%. That's why we are critical of players sometimes, you know. If you're playing football at this level, at any level, you should be able to make more passes to your team than you do to the opponent. That's not a good look. It's not a good look, coach. Mm-hmm. But he won what? 8 of 12 duels, which is excellent, actually.
Mm-hmm.
None of 4 aerial duels.
Yeah.
1 of 3
lost
crosses.
Possession 33 times.
Sorry, coach. Wait. Hey, coach. Hey, coach. Sorry. He's better than some people. Because some people don't get 33 touches. So at least he was touching the ball a lot, coach. He just didn't know what to do with it when he got it.
Mm-hmm. No, but he has 85 touches.
A lot of touches. That's a lot of touches in a game. I mean, and when he plays for Jamaica, he probably has half those touches. So, coach, you know what that proves, coach? That you can actually have a lot of touches in games. We don't want to touch the ball on our team. One game, I think Haka. Sorry, Haka, I gotta call your name again. Haka had 18 touches and 4 of 7 passes. Okay, people, let that sink in. Powell played a game, he had 85 touches. And Haka played a whole game and had 18 touches. And he's playing on the right back position. He's not playing midfield, where you get to touch the ball more than probably any other position in the field. If my forward doesn't touch the ball a lot because he's not getting service, maybe my goalkeeper, but my defense, if you're playing the ball on the ground, should have quite a bit of touches. My midfield even more so. That's a lot of touches. So 33, probably about 60%. Plus touches, lose about 30-something% of the ball. I mean, it's a lot of losses, though. A lot of turnovers. A lot of chances you're giving the opposition. And frankly, if you're playing right or left back and you're losing the ball 33 times, that means you're putting your team under pressure. So that's not a good look. So hopefully Alvarez, he's probably just coming back from injury. Hopefully he will he'll continue to improve. Even though Alvarez, I think you're up there in age, At this point in your career, you should be doing better. You're a very experienced player. Should not be having so many turnovers or losing the ball so many times. So someone is asking fitness with Jerome. Jerome, are you a fitness trainer? And he's a trainer, Jerome. And you see, I look up beanie man patch down my stomach, I mean, that trainer. So if you have a personal trainer, lick me. Coach Arkrock, I didn't see the Aston Villa game today. I heard Bailey played. How did he look? Well, Bailey played. He played okay. He came on second half. He didn't get a chance to.
Cranky, let us finish this one first before we soon look at Bailey's performance.
Okay.
So, anything else you want to touch on there? Welcome to.
No, I think Alba speak for himself, and I think his stats speak for himself. He had I would call it an average game because he won a lot of duels, but he also gave up a lot of balls. So, 1 of 3 dribbles, long balls not good, accurate passing not good, turnovers not good. Yeah, probably about a 4 rating. I'm sure SofaScore would give him a 7 or 8. I'm not very generous with my grades.
Yeah, man, 7.
At least these stats say that. Yeah.
7.1. All right, let's just look
he
at.
Got 7.1. Okay.
Yeah, Andre Blake, Superman in goal.
Okay.
1 save, and that was inside the box. 1 eye claim, 34 touches. Accurate passes 10 from 24, 42%. He had 22 long balls, and 8 were accurate. So this is the issue with Andre Blake is distribution. It's not the best.
Yeah, so a friend of mine was saying to me today that he saw Andre Blake beating players, and he had to close his eyes because when it was deliberate or buck up, as they say, he was very.
No, but he tried it again in the same game, and almost.
I know this, and I know he has 2 left foot, so I'm not, and both are not good, so I'm not sure how or why he's doing that.
Hey, the stadium Europe when he made that play,
Because I seen try to kick the ball with his left foot and almost fall down because that's not his strength. He's a brilliant stop shopper, but playing with his feet in today's football is an imperative, and I don't think that's his thing. So, not at all. We have guests, coach. We have guests.
Yeah, man. Me yell them up, but them not saying nothing more.
Well, Cataract is what he's gonna do is say everybody else talk, so I can have my 1 or 2 hours by myself because I don't like to hear other people talk. I want his soliloquy where he just talks and until he get tired, he drinks some water to clear his throat and he goes again. So you see my wife up in, am I prepared now? My wife up in face.
So you're saying that cataract is loquacious? Big
Somebody,
up yourself, Sherman.
Coach.
Coach, I'm gonna go on mute now, Coach, because Cataract spoke.
Cataract is here. No, what you should do is hide when you see cataract.
You're far
Because
from your mic, man. Your
coach,
microphone.
my microphone. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
let me
Yeah, we're here now.
yeah, hear me now. Let me turn up the gain. Let me turn down the gain. You know, all those things. I don't
Oh,
know
yeah,
if
man. I pin
Crump
wall,
knows
I
about
tweet,
the
I
gain.
know. I hear the pin
Yeah.
them.
No, that's if I turn up the gain. I get it. So
Oh.
I'm gonna try if I not to turn up the gain too much.
Mm.
We will deal with other matters arising from a very unfortunate Stan Kroenke. But he's been ducking me, disappears when cataract arrives. And when he sees cataract, he hides out in the comment section. So we'll take it on after we've done these analysis. I won't detail, but I am going to clap back tonight. I'm just pre-warning everyone. Last time you ended the show 3 hours. Good.
Coach, I do have the mute button, so
Yeah,
I
Cranky is a
can mute if I
host in
so
a
choose.
cataract.
Just
So.
remember that, Cataract. I can mute you if I so choose. Just remember, I'm under
Yeah,
control, not you tonight.
I've seen where your online wife has a wrench. I mean, there's no checks and balances here. It's like a family affair.
By
But
the way,
big
Brainless,
up your whole team, cataract.
he's not loquacious. He's just chat enough.
That would
Go
make
ahead.
you garrulous. Look here, I didn't see the game, so not to comment. I'm waiting on when you get to the English league because I don't really comment on things I have not seen or for which I do not have official information. That would be that Croggy. Good. So it's good to see that the ball has played 90 minutes. I'm always looking for
120.
it was 120. When is the
Yeah,
extra
it
time?
was a playoff game, yes.
A playoff game. Okay, so they have qualified through. So congratulations to the trio of Jamaicans there. So
conference semifinal.
I've wondered was wondering how Corey Burke came on in the 86th minute and managed to get 22 touches. But yeah. The only one where I would think would be of concern is Corey Burke, really. Not winning his grown duels. That's what I saw for the stats. And I don't know if he impacted the game, but the stats didn't suggest that someone impacted. But I haven't seen the game,
He created he created the best chance of the game for his team. Actually, he crossed the ball in the box. The player had the goalkeeper to beat, and played the ball on the keeper and put it in the corner. So he created a goal for his team, which should have been put away.
No, hold on. Then Corbett, which team Corbett come out from?
Philadelphia Union. The 3 of them play for Philadelphia Union.
But the Philadelphia Union win the game.
Yeah, they won.
Yeah, but I'm saying he created a big chance. We say, what did he do anything in the game? He created a big chance for his team.
Let me try.
Big up T Cool, big up the whole team cataract. The whole man there. So you can't bad up cataract. You can't bad up cataract. Fresh cut. That may I tell you. Yellow. So we're saying that with this performance, you see Alves forcing his way back into contention.
If I'll leave it at 3 ifs.
And only if.
Only if.
Because he was ripe for the chopping block for the national team to make way.
But then again,
with that performance from Javian Brown, would you want to displace him at that this juncture?
No, but we haven't. The team selection is devoid of rhyme and reason. So anything can happen. Anything.
That's true.
Javian. Let me say, with Javian Brown's performance, I wasn't at the edge of my seat, wondering, oh Jesus, what went to happen over there. But Javian didn't have the perfect game. He didn't have the kind of game that everybody is saying is usually. He had a decent game, but it was certainly we were so accustomed to poor play on the right back down that left flank that anything that is just average would be better.
Yeah.
But isn't it that MLS season, because the playoff is going on now, so MLS season done. So some of these players won't play no ball game come next month and December. And even leading up
I'm
to
not sure that's a
January.
criteria. See, that's not a criteria though, because my favorite player has my favorite player, my favorite
No,
player has played
I'm just
games
asking.
without having a
But you see,
team, and these are
but you
younger
see,
legs,
you see,
so
but you
it
see,
works.
Cranky, it comes back to the whole big thing of US of European players, where the season kind of differs in the sense that we would have a lot of players coming in January if we don't if they don't secure loan moves to like probably Liga MX or Costa Rica or some of those leagues because some of them won't be playing in the football.
No, you're right. I mean, a number of them won't be playing any football. If you think about the Burks and the Powells and the Blakes of the
Burke will
world.
be playing because the next game,
Well, yeah,
the
but I
playoff
mean,
is
they're gonna
coming.
finish before January, aren't they?
Yeah, they probably finish by end of this month.
Yeah.
All right. Before we move on, gentlemen, I want to get the Facebook persons involved. Big up to Baggio and Ricardo Robinson, and they have comments here. Um, Chris Blackwood is saying, "Where do we all get this about Whitmore being such an excellent footballer? He was a good baller, not excellent." He continues by saying, "Whitmore is too fickle as a coach. Why was Jerome Waite fired so close to the World Cup?" And Ricardo Robinson is saying, "Chris Blackwell, exactly." So these are the Facebook persons that are sending their messages over there. Big up on yourself. Thanks for that. Continue,
But
there,
it,
Craig.
but here's this thing
RCC.
with the weight situation now, because I don't think he got the. Remember when all of them went to the course, did the course really CONCACAF B license? I don't. It was said that I don't think he got the license at that point in time. So there's a lot of factors in some persons not being in and around the team in certain capacities.
But it could not be the
So,
license, CC, when he was always there with the team.
but he
From what
was
we
there.
heard,
But he was there during the course. Remember, the course was like a 2-year program. So from the beginning, during the entire course, he was there. So it's right around the time that the course has ended. It's not like I'm saying that that is the reason, but right around the time that the course ended and Tappa got his license and Speed and Andre Wan, when him the Duki and those guys got the certification right around them time. But I'm not saying it is that though. But the big concern for me is the USL and MLS contingent we have in the squad. And come January, when some of these US players, US US don't have to rely. I will play US 2 times already, but some of these
yeah.
other countries don't that we have to play don't have to rely on MLS played players or USL based players. So they will have players be playing consistently throughout a period that we don't have players playing consistently if they don't secure moves away to some other club for loan purposes. So that is my main concern. That is why
CC,
sometimes,
CC, that could go both ways. Maybe the coach will have more time with them.
well, that's it. That is true still. So either or no, cranky, because at the end of the day, something have to be done. So if it is that they can't secure a move, then we have a local camp. So all of the ball of them want to have a move and they're in the first team, then they're supposed to be in a camp in that period. So we could have get some cohesiveness and some gelling going on. So by the time the European players come in, then we'd have a cohesive, more coherent unit. But is it that they would want to do that, or the man they just want to probably take them free time, them off season?
Or
So,
they can have a camp.
so
No,
coach,
that I just was
we,
just saying really camp. But are
Okay,
them the
okay.
ball
we
them
can,
want to take them off season?
no, but coach, I
Mm-hmm.
think that I am waiting to see the moves, and I was hoping that more would have come out from the technical committee's meeting more than the simple leak about not recommending Tappa. Like CC, I wanted to hear an announcement that the MLS and USL has come to an end of their season.
Mm-hmm.
Is it that we are going to Brazil with 30 players to have a camp like we did in 1998. Remember, that is what caused the whole team to gel and caused us to really come back um, looking in fighting form. So I think certainly a 1 month camp in Brazil is I mean, you'd have to check the COVID numbers and those things, and there's a but Delta variant is already here in Jamaica, so they're not Delta up the place. But there needs to be a camp, and then there needs to be friendly matches. South American teams are looking for friendly matches. Look at El Salvador. They have had two friendly matches during this September and one during this window, just before this window. I think one was at Bolivia, one was at Ecuador, if I'm not mistaken. So teams want to play because they want to get sharp. So we should be sharpening up the local players. And in this way, you'll have a lot of transparency because we don't have a ball about local ball at this look because we will see them. Players, if you want a Jamoy Topia around the team, now is the chance to whip him into shape, right? I fully support there being a 1 month camp, and it should be in Brazil.
Yeah, so Devon is saying so the players that I guess are gonna be their teams are not playing going forward should be in camp and go down to the into the Caribbean or elsewhere to play friendlies. What you're saying, Cataract, which is gonna keep them occupied, gonna keep them busy, keep them playing. So therefore, you need to find avenues and way for them to play in competitive games to keep their match sharpness up.
Well,
Absolutely. And they are when you're in Brazil, if you remember when you were in Brazil with Simoes, Stan, um, we played a number of club teams because club teams are also looking for games for their reserve teams. So we did play a number of reserve games, matches against reserve teams. Um, I don't know what others feel about it, but I just think that when you want to change things around, sometimes you go back to the last thing that was successful. And the last successful thing we had was going to a camp in Brazil. And even out of that, a number of players were seen. And, some Brazilian clubs were interested in a couple of the players.
but even so, I'm just saying that I just think this gives us a period where some players won't be occupied. We know this. Even if they secure moves, it will be in January before they really can go play any form of ball games. And November, so right now, December, they don't really be playing. So I guess they have to make a decision because to get 18 points, the Mexicans will be playing consistently. If you look at Mexico's squad, the players in their squad are going to be playing. Jimenez scored today. Other players are going to be playing consistently because their leagues are still going on. And they're not dependent on MLS as we are in terms of the players that we pull from those leagues.
So
So
CC, are you
I
suggesting
think
then if they're not occupied, we just play the English born players? Or
then if them not occupied, we not call them. If we're not going to do the camp, we can't call them cranky because we have to call them man and not play no football. I don't, for the life of me, I can't understand because this is the thing I tell people. So the thing about practice is just to probably, what do you say now, reinforce
Let me stop you there,
certain
CC.
aspects.
You say we're not going to call any players that is not playing ball. But that has happened. Javon Watson, Jadine White, what's his name again? The other goalkeeper. You could look at Mariapa,
Dennis Miller, sorry.
Dwayne Miller, yes. So
When
No,
you,
but
you,
no,
you can't just
the
make that.
goalkeeper thing, the
I
goalkeeper
know
thing
that
is
the
kind of
goalkeeper,
different,
but
you
I
know.
why I include them is because they are players. I know the goalkeeper, so we can get into a different aspect in terms of deliberating about goalkeepers. I know that,
The
but I
goalkeeper
still have to
different.
mention them. But when you look at Mariapa, when you look at Javon Watson, then
They're
these
not playing.
players, you would say we should not have picked them in the first place. And for me, I believe that Devon Speedy Williams has been one of our best midfielders throughout the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't say because he's not at a club, then you're gonna suddenly discharge him. No.
No, but watch out. But at the end of the day, things can change. If you don't have much fitness and you're not playing, you're not in a squad and you're not playing. Like for example, if Dev Speed is not playing probably 2 months, who's to tell that he will come and give us the performance that he has been giving us when he was in a team, when he was in a league and in a team? He might not
All
have
right.
played every game and every minute of every game, but he was in and around the squad. So at the end of the day, who's to tell?
So
Because
what
for
you say,
example,
if there's no camp, those players should be dropped?
if
Because we
there's
don't have
no
a lot of
camp,
players from those club from the MLS. We have the goalkeeper, we have Alvas Paul, Corey Burke, we have Javane Brown,
We have a
and
goalkeeper from
Yeah,
MLS.
Fisher too.
Fisher
We
and
do have a
Devon
goalkeeper.
Williams.
We do have a goalkeeper from MLS.
no
Yes,
Andre Blake, brother.
Andre
Yes, you have
Blake.
No,
Andre
we
Blake.
don't. Oh, Andre Blake, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, yeah. We have Andre Blake.
Andre Blake. But I mean, you have Andre Blake, you have Corey Burke, you have Alvas Powell, you have
Javane Brown,
By the way,
Javier Brown, you have O'Neal
guys.
Fisher.
By the way,
Flemings.
let me just say something. By the way, you notice when Keta was wrong, we just moved on. We didn't berate him and
Cataract
belate.
wrong?
We just moved on. They said there was no keeper. We have a keeper in the MLS, and we just say
No,
Andre Blake, and we moved on.
Andre Blake.
Yeah, just
Yes.
take notes about how we operate, and please
Yeah,
operate
yeah.
accordingly. You don't have to
Very,
berate
very good
us
observation,
because
Frank.
we get it right and we get it wrong. We just move on, didn't we? We didn't give you a hard
Yeah,
time.
just
Just
check
reminding
Oh
you
no!
on air about how you
No!
operate.
You go. I was corrected. I accepted that. I didn't.
No, I'm saying
I
when you're
didn't. I
right,
didn't.
we hear about it for the entire show.
Oh yes,
So
you're going to hear about it. Oh yes, you
exactly,
are.
that's my
Don't think
point. You
don't
don't
think
follow
you're
you don't
gonna
follow
get away.
example.
You gonna think you're gonna get away. Oh, I'm not interrupting this because there's much more to talk about today.
Yes, let's keep
Court,
going. Let's
but
keep
I
going.
think we all agree that the JFF needs to have a camp. And if they're saying that they don't have the funds, then the camp can be in Jamaica, up by Orrisboro Center. Play them sleep there, train there, eat there. You have a chef that you claim you have a chef on staff, right? That's whatever it is. So why is Cranky so big on my screen? Why is he being given
Well, I
pride of
mean,
place, coach?
those who have size and prominence, that's what normally happens, Ketterai. Don't feel small. Don't
Oh,
be small. You want me to
oh,
blow up your
you
screen? Don't
oh,
be
you mean those who
I'm gonna
don't
blow
know
up
the
your screen.
meaning of you don't know those who don't know the meaning of the words official statement? Okay. And credible sources?
Oh Lord. See what I'm talking about? Here we go again.
Oh yes. Mm.
What's the next topic? What's the
You
next
mean
topic?
No,
can we
let us
talk
look
about
at.
four? Can we talk about 4-0?
No,
No,
man.
no, that's tomorrow. That's
That.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow that.
Today is just Jamaican
Let us
football.
look at
No
Leon
EPL
David.
at all.
It is Jamaican football there,
Yeah, yeah. We're
coach.
talking about the national team and the
Coach.
players and the
Who
strategy
play?
going
Who play?
forward.
Who
And
play?
Were there any players who played in that game who are relevant to Jamaica?
none
No.
that played on my team. So no.
Emil Smith Rowe gone.
No, he's
He's
not. He's
gone.
British. I'm sorry.
Emil Smith Rowe gone.
Yeah. So I mean,
Well, he is gone
there's no
today. That's true
relevance.
about that. Actually, he was gone today. We didn't see him. But anyway, let's change the subject. We won't talk about our team today.
No, but what was the Arsenal squad? Let me look at these. Let me look at these chaps.
No, Cataract, you're not gonna find anything.
Look up the score for the
related to
ladies'
Jamaica.
team. I think they played. They probably played tomorrow.
No, I just want to make sure that there were no Jamaicans involved in this match before we just.
There
move
was
on.
none. We're positive there was none.
Oh, but there was Trent Alexander, but he's gone. So
He's not Jamaican. He's
but-
not Jamaican.
but-
He's British. He's British. He
British,
doesn't have a Jamaican
right?
passport, so he's not Jamaican.
Okay, no
But
problem.
that's true then, coach, because we only have 8 players in the MLS, and of the 8 players, only 4 is in the squad.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of them is
So what happened to
USL ball.
what's happened to this Cam that is Jamaican
Which
One
camera
of
we're
the
talking
USL
about?
players.
for Arsenal? You've overlooked him.
Cam from Arsenal?
Yes.
Which Cam are we talking about?
Oh, God,
You mean
okay, fine. Not Emil Smith Rowe.
what? No, what's his name again? The youngster there.
Starts with
Was
B.
he Taylor?
No, his last name starts with
There's
B.
not a Cam.
Oh, his last name starts with B. I get it. Okay, fine. Because you don't
There is
even
not
know
a Cam.
you don't even know your own team.
No, I only pick players who are Jamaican who have Jamaican passport. And otherwise,
Yeah,
they're
we
not,
don't. I
not
don't
Jamaican.
think anybody's
Jamaican.
linked to that. Arsenal or Liverpool.
No, we don't want our players to be subject to whether or not they're Jamaicans or not. So we're not gonna have them go
Yeah,
through that
latching on to
Yeah.
situation.
What is his name? His name starts with R. His initials are BR. Just goes to show
I
you
don't
how
know
much
the
Cranky
Arsenal
knows
team
about
like
his
that.
team. Roos? Reese?
Reese
Oh,
Nelson.
Question.
Reese Nelson.
Reece
Reese
Nelson is
Nelson.
playing on loan over in Holland, Feyenoord or whatever the team name is. He's Reece is not Jamaican. Reece is Jamaican parentage, but Reece is not Jamaican. Reece don't have a Jamaican passport, so he's not Jamaican.
Potential.
Okay, that's a
Hey,
much
you
Anyway,
better
know,
word
say,
to use. That's what's
potential.
confusing me, you know.
only
Words
they
are
are
important, Cataract.
only they are confused me too. Cause me they are look for Liverpool versus Arsenal under Aston Villa.
One to the guy, one to the young Stanley and Joe Desire.
He's
Which youngster?
in MLS.
No, he's in MLS. I think he plays for Orlando. How did his
Yeah,
team go?
but
Because
Orlando out of it.
no,
Yeah,
but
and they
it's,
never.
they lost. They lost because it was his team supposed to play against another team for the playoff.
So, Cataract, somebody's calling you a king. He must be drinking. He said, "Do you know about a player, Omar Richards, who went from I think the championship to Bayern Munich?"
Mhm.
Yes. Yes, God bless you. The whole family man check in. The man Crankers is a
Hey,
illusion.
hey,
Cataract
God
is
is
a
not gonna bless you for
team.
calling Cataract a king. God's not gonna bless you.
Team Cataract is a reality. It would be good to look up Omar to see if he had played any games. Oh no, that was Orlando Pirates of South Africa. Um,
This is Bailey's
so they,
24 minutes today.
24 minutes. He won 2 of 4 ground duels, which is good. He had 1 of 1 dribble attempt, which is good. He had 8 of 10 accurate passes. He actually passed the ball. He had 1 cross, 0 of 1 cross, 0 of 1 long ball, 1 foul, 4 possession loss. How many touches did he have? I'm not seeing the touches,
16.
coach. So he lost
16.
4 to 16. He lost what, 25% of his.
I think it's tomorrow is the game. It says the 23rd of the 11th, Nashville versus Orlando City.
Are you asking the person who mentioned that game? Are they asking about Joey?
Dessert, yes. Well,
Has
that's
he recovered? I know he was hurt, Possibly he has recovered.
so let me look at the last game they played on the 7th. If he was in the set, but the next game is the 23rd that I see, so I don't know how
Okay.
that goes.
So I'm gonna do like Cataract does. Big up Princess Jillian. Since you're hailing me up, I gotta do like
Big up.
Cataract, hailing up his people, so I have to hail mine up.
Yeah, Team Crankers, that
Team
Princess
Crankers.
Jillian. Yeah, man.
Oh.
It look like the ladies them like cranky side,
They don't like loudmouths.
There's a lot of war going on over there. You know what I mean? Mate fight.
They don't like loudmouths.
That's what Lady Saw song saying.
Okay, fresh. Okay, fresh. God, we see that. So Joey
Yes,
has recovered. So yeah.
Okay.
The reason
But
why
looking
I'm
at this
asking
Bailey
And
stats though, I
Clive
think
Smith is correcting you, Stan. That if your parents are Jamaican, you don't have to have a passport to be Jamaican. So correct that. But Bailey stats you were saying.
Let's not be confused. I'm not. I don't have a Jamaican passport. Never have. And even though I say I'm Jamaican, I am.
Wow.
Here.
Wow.
I didn't have one because you can't take me any place, Cataract. You can't take me any place.
I
Don't
didn't
go
need to
anywhere
tell
with
you.
it.
People, do I
have
need to
passport.
speak? Do I need to speak?
In fact, you know what? I actually don't have a passport
Back
right now.
again.
All my
Do I need
passports
to
have
speak?
expired. I don't. If I can't fly anywhere, if I wanted to anyway, because I haven't renewed any of my
Back
passports
again.
since COVID.
Oh, the
So I have no
buckle of
passport.
this man don't have a Jamaican passport for the
I
day,
don't have a British one either. I don't have an American one because they expired.
People.
I don't have any
Let me
passport.
tell you, people. You hear the scandal?
And my Jamaican
no, but
passport,
it look like every passport him now have. So
I
look
don't have
like
any passport. I don't
one
have
day
any.
cranky shutter. Oh,
because
sorry, brain injury.
I want that crank it up.
It's
No,
Having
brain
no
injury.
passport. Having no
Brainless.
passport make you sound like a Yahoo boy. You
No, I have
understand?
no passport. I think one time I had 2 or 3 of them, but since COVID, I'm just like I'm not flying anywhere, so I have to get them renewed. Where I used to work, they just do it for me. Actually, they just renew it. So now I got to figure it out. It's a process. But
And people,
no, I mean,
So
you
you
may be
fired?
Jamaican heritage, but if you're not Jamaican citizen, then how are you saying that's what we're talking about, Kendrick? We're not talking about your lineage or your affiliation. We're talking about you being able to play for Jamaica. There's a difference. I know you
that was
Yankees
just
don't know the difference.
around the
No.
corner one
No,
day
no, no. He
chant,
doesn't
you
know
know.
the difference. He think ESR can play for Jamaica. He
He
doesn't know
said
the
his
difference.
company used to take care of it, so I'm wondering if he's been fired. Because then I'm sure all the ladies would go running because it takes that care. That's what
No,
they're
because you
doing.
travel, they would take your passport. They would renew them for you. You don't have to worry about doing it. They'll do it for you.
Look at this performance from Bailey though.
Go ahead.
24 minutes. I don't believe that it's sufficient enough to really look deep into, because there's nothing really to look deep into.
Nah, he didn't have a lot of time and a lot of touches in the game. I thought he did okay when he came on. He actually was playing defense. You see, he won what 2 or 4 duels. He's running back and putting his foot in.
Mm-hmm.
In
Yo,
just 24 minutes,
coach.
he won 2 or 4 ground duels because he was actually trying to play defense and impress his new coach. He wasn't trying to impress Tappa, so he wasn't running back for us. That's a story for another day. But no, he did okay. They won. I mean, Watkins scored a brilliant goal and they had a second. So not much to see here. Who else you want to look at? You want to look at Antonio? They lost today.
All right, yeah, let us look at the Jetman.
And then Pinnock also. Well, question is, will Pinnock ever come back, frankly?
Jetman lost today.
Antonio lost today. Yes, they lost to Wolves, I think, 1-0. I did watch the Bailey game and some of the Pinnock game. I didn't watch the Antonio game, the West Ham game.
Yeah, they lost 1-0 to Wolves.
They did lose 1-0 to Wolves, yeah, which is good. So we all ourselves. We won't talk about EPL tonight, but ourselves, Man U, all in the same boat. I top 4 is up for grabs actually, because please don't fire Solskjaer though. Please, I hope you guys meet and change your mind. Don't fire the coach. We want to stay.
Him on.
We want him to stay.
Mikel wasn't so hot today. 90 minutes again. There it is, Cranky. Lost the ball 17 times.
Wow, you look like you want to be like Albus. 17 times a lot. That's a lot of times for lose the ball. To even touch the ball as a forward, much less to lose it 17 times. Maybe he had jet lag from his trip to play.
37
here.
touches.
He had 12 of 17 passes. Now, how do you make 17 passes? You lose the ball more than you passed it. It's not a good look, Mikel. Wow.
2 key passes as well.
Yeah, he didn't have a brilliant game.
No, it doesn't look that way.
17 possession loss. That's a lot of possession to lose. When you only made he lost the ball as much as the passes he made. He made 17 passes. Not a good game. What about Pinnock? But it doesn't matter. He's scoring for us anyway. So whatever he does for West Ham, I don't really care.
What they're doing here, you know.
So long as he come here and score for us, that's all that matters.
Next thing, the Iron Fist man start to get mad again.
So Devon calling me a nomad. What's that about, Devon? I'm a nomad? I am not mad at all, Devon. Not at all. I'm trying to be as loquacious as Cataracas Brainless says. But it's a very difficult challenge because that's what he does for a living, right? He's a DJ. And sometimes he's still thinking of dance when he comes on these forums.
See, man, I say, coach.
I had to post it. I'm sorry, coach. I had to post this. I'll move on, coach. I have to post this. Someone says, just log on. So, what's the latest with Whitmore being fired? Tell me. I wouldn't use those words. Tell me the coach is gone. I'll use those words. That's real Jamaican fufu.
I say, see, the man must say, the difference a coach can make in terms of the intimate left and Aston Villa win back them first game. The intimate win theme first game at Norwich.
Hey, Devon, behave yourself. Boy, such man team. Behave yourself. Tomorrow we discuss that. Come ready for beating tomorrow.
Hey,
Behave
coach,
yourself.
I think I have an obligation tomorrow. Now, I may not be able to make tomorrow's discussion.
So,
I think I had a
coach,
previous engagement.
coach,
Engagement.
somebody was
Yeah.
asking about Omar Richards.
Yeah.
Was gone over. He has played 4 games this season, started 2, but he's actually started
For the first
for
team or B
Bayern
team?
Munich.
No, I'm on the first team.
First
Yeah.
team, he actually started for Bayern Munich today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he probably has
Against
aspirations for the English team.
Osberg. You can have a lot of aspirations. Right now, England is all caught up with Ben Chilwell, and
Yep.
then there's Luke Shaw, who is there. And then you can remember Kieran Trippier can play left back.
Yep.
He's I think there. So I don't think there's a space for another left back in England for a good while.
It all depends on how you play in the Qatar, guys. You know.
No, injuries can come about. Injuries
Yeah.
can come about.
And form.
I see Alexander Arnold didn't even make the Euro, right? Even though he was injured,
Mhm.
but he wasn't going to probably make it anyway. They have a lot of talent, and if you come through and your talent,
So Bayern Munich lost 2-1 today.
they had what 70% possession and lost 2-1, something like that.
Hey, want to really look on the Ethan Pinnock stats here, you know. Every single week, it outstanding, you know. Win, lose, or draw, you know.
Was it 70 touches,
Oh, him
33
alone, I
of
get so much
40,
touches.
33 because
But
they
they-
play 3 at the back and they try to keep the ball actually.
Right, and they a lot of their attack is based down the left side, and
The left hand side, yes.
he links up well with Rico Henry.
Yes, of course, as I was saying, coach, about Ethan Pinnock, that he does keep the ball. He's great in the air, but he also keeps the ball on the ground, and he actually makes passes to the people. But the same jersey that he has on, we don't seem to do that really well. So his passing accuracy was 83%. He was 4 of 8 on long ball, which is very important. By the way, he also has a long throw, which he utilized today. 5 of 11 air duels, 2 of 3 ground duels, 5 interceptions, 2 tackles. He filled up the stat sheet today. Then they drew 3 all with Newcastle. Yeah.
Qatar,
Because
wasn't it yesterday that Bayern played or not today?
Yesterday played.
Yesterday, sorry. But this one, no, I'm sorry. They lost 2-1 to Augsburg. But I mean, it's not that he's filled up the stats, it's that the only disappointing thing would be his aerial duels for such a big man to lose the majority of his aerial duels.
Yeah, but he's going against Saint Maximin, so Saint Maximin is pretty big. No, he had 7 clearances. No, he had a good game today.
There's a lot of defensive work.
Yeah, they had some pressure. They played against Saint Maximin, who
5 interceptions,
is my favorite
2
player.
tackles too.
But Saint Maximum is not as tall as.
No, not Saint Maximum. The big kid up there on the right, the clumsy looking kid, the Brazilian.
Joe Linton.
Joe Linton, yeah. He was playing on Pinnock's side.
Which country him come from?
Brazil.
Not sure.
Joe Linton is not Brazilian?
You mean Richarlison?
No, Joel Linton.
Joel Linton is
Joel
Brazilian.
Linton we're talking about.
Okay.
Joel Linton we're talking about.
Cataract is a reason why I'm saying that.
I know what he's saying, but Brazilians have changed, right? They never used to be able to keep goal. Now they have the best goalkeepers. So things have changed.
You know what is funny though? From this game, hey Isaac Hayden, how you doing, bro?
He didn't play today, so was he on the bench?
On the bench.
Yeah, he didn't play today.
Rubbing the bench, and they're going for a Croatian CDM from Inter Milan as soon as the window opens.
They're gonna be going for a lot of players as soon as the window opens. They better.
But that's one that I think they've come to some. I might have read somewhere that they've come to terms with him. They've come to terms with the player. Just waiting for January.
So Shamar played 36 minutes.
He was a substitute.
Yeah, he had 75% passing accuracy. That was 9 of 12. 1 of 2 dribble attempts, 23 touches,
2 blocks,
3 of 4 ground duels, 1 of 3 aerials. Not terrible.
8 possession lost, 1 foul, tackles 1.
Yes, there's quite a bit of possessions lost in 36 minutes there.
You don't say.
Even though sometimes possession lost, it's sometimes unfair actually. Sometimes you get the ball in
Oh,
very
yeah.
difficult positions. Sometimes no, your forwards are very difficult sometimes.
Yes, that is true. But I heard you the other day in another place trying to say that we were misreading the long ball
Yes, I
stats.
think you do actually. You do.
No, clearances are not counted as long balls.
I know
Clearances
I
are
understand, but
clearances.
sometimes that's what happens when our defenders play. They just
What
boot it
what
upfield.
you do say is, which is correct here, is that sometimes the loss of possession passes may not reflect the fact that you have gotten the ball in a very difficult position, right?
Yeah.
That's correct. But outside of that, it's
Man, they
very
make Bobby not get no game today.
So here's the question, Ketterak. Reese Oxford. Why have we pursued Reese Oxford to play for Jamaica?
that I don't know.
Because you know Reese can play center midfield.
Uno see
Reese can play
general.
CDM.
No, hold on. This touch sheet, look.
Uno see general
No,
on long ball.
hold on.
81 of
Michael
wait,
Hector.
Cataract, look at this. 81 of 94 accurate passes.
Uno see long
107
ball.
touches.
7 from 10 long balls.
But by the way, he was doing that in the Gold Cup, by the way.
2
Exactly.
key passes. The woodwork
107
one time.
touches.
Wow, 107 touches.
Yes.
That means they're keeping the ball.
Mhm.
Yeah,
We
like
lost
us.
the position 14 times in the 90,
14 of
90 minutes of
107.
play.
That's good
Look here,
actually.
brother. We have Manuel lose the ball 14 times and touch the ball 22.
Yeah, so what 14
No, what
from
we're saying 14 is
107
not
that
bad,
good.
No,
actually.
I was saying in the context of the entire game, and you have players who lost it 17 times.
By the way, Cataract,
Cataract.
by the way, I think Alvas today had what, 70 something touches? No, 85 touches, coach?
Mhm.
And he lost the ball 30 something times.
But but Hector is a ball playing defender, you know. If you notice, you know. It one-on-one, I think one-on-one he kind of probably struggle, but like in a compact defense unit, he does very well.
I think
And
7 of
he's a
10
ball playing.
long balls is impressive, actually.
Virgin,
70% on long balls is impressive.
the man a play decent from Gold Cup.
Yes, he was playing well in the Gold Cup.
And he wasn't in the defense, essential defense.
He was playing CDM.
He was playing CD.
Yeah, which I
he
don't
was
think
playing
he should
CDM.
play.
I think the defense is his best
I think he's better
position.
than the CDMs we have today. He is. And I'll give Hector grief, but we have Haka, my favorite player who don't have the legs. Grant may pull up the stat sheet, but Grant doesn't have the legs either. Neither of them have the legs.
But that means that we could play Hector beside Grant, because Hector can pass the ball.
Nah,
Yeah, man.
Speedy deserves to play.
Listen, I
bet
telling
Grant
you,
and Speedy versus
Cranky.
yeah.
I don't remember if you can recall that I've been saying that Hector passes the ball well, and people are saying no,
Yes, he
Hector
does.
can't pass ball in, lose ball, and this and that. He has been consistent with whichever position he plays.
That is why Chelsea bought him.
The man can pass the ball.
The man up the ball playing defender.
But he's also good in the air too, in the court. So
Yeah,
exactly. that also helps.
See the aerial duels, 100%, 3 out of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do think, given, and look, I berate Hector when I first came on the program because I saw him play, not based on the Gold Cup performance. I did give him credit in the Gold Cup, but when I see him play before, I was impressed. But he seemed to have been playing well. He played well in the Gold Cup. Even when he got pulled out the game, I thought it was unfair of Hector.
Yes,
to get pulled out. It was unfair that he got pulled out because he was playing well. And I said that on a number of occasions, seeing him in the Gold Cup up close and personal, that he was playing well. He wasn't playing badly at all.
All right. So Devon Porter said Reese Oxford has been contacted several times and is waiting out for England call up. He said he's concentrating on club.
For what? Over 40?
Not sure, but some Fabian Fully saying Pinnock is better than Ming. Pinnock can play some good ball, man.
Who? Who's better than
Pinnock?
Ming?
Ethan Pinnock.
Is he better than Ming? That's a good question. Ming scored today. Ming has been playing okay, actually.
But Ethan,
I think Pinnock is a little bit more athletic than Ming. No, Pinnock has been playing really well, actually.
And probably on current form. I don't know if it is an overall thing.
I think Pinnock has played really, really well. I haven't seen him had a bad game all season. Every game I've seen him is give account of himself in each of the games. So,
But then, coach, if we are looking at even this stat and the way Fulham is playing, right? Why is it that this man can't get a call up?
That no same
Why?
can't get a call up. You know, hear the thing already, man.
Yeah, me hear him. No, I'm just saying. I'm probably just
Him
being
can't get
facetious.
call up, but because of undue circumstances.
Because
Bobby Reed
at the
didn't
end of
come
the
off
day,
the bench.
and they don't seem to lose the ball a lot. So if we have
but
somebody in
it's funny,
defense that
coach,
can
because when
bring the
Hector was
ball,
at Fulham and they were in the Premier League, he didn't get much game time. You know.
But guess what? Guess what brought him in the team, Cranky? He has been playing the lower league games and he has been doing well.
Okay.
So based on what he has been doing, they definitely decided to put him in.
So here's what my problem, coach, which is some people can't have the view that, you know what, I didn't like how a player was playing. Now the player is playing well. I can't pivot and say, you know what, give him credit for how he's doing. Right?
Yes.
They still want to maintain the same narrative that the player is poor. I would agree that what I've seen of Hector in the Gold Cup and give some of the stats you're showing that he warrants, he warrants to be reconsidered.
But that cause new information now, Cranky. With new information, decisions change. But some people want to say, oh, you were berating Hector in the past. Why you calling for him now? But if you never did a play well in the past, if you never play in a period well, then you're not supposed to be in the team. If you start playing well again, you come back in the team. That is just how it goes.
Yeah. I mean, I call out players, but if they're playing, I call out players based on production. If you're not producing, you got to get called out. If you're producing, you got to get accolades. That's how life works.
15 minutes cameo from Jamal Lowe. Not 15 minutes that we can rate him per se, but I think he did well. I think he impacted the game, had an assist, 88 accurate pass, 2 key passes, 2 big chances created. So
in only 15 minutes?
Yeah.
He can be productive in 15 minutes. Very productive.
So that's a good one from Jamal Lowe. Who did we leave out?
So we had Bobby didn't come off the bench. We had Jamal. We had Hector. We have Antonio, Pinnock, Bailey.
That's pretty
who
much
else?
it.
What about Roof? Did Roof play today?
Oh yes, Kemal Roof. I'm not sure, but you can check.
And Ravel. Roof, Ravel. Who else would we be considering? Greg Lee would be a good look. Given what he did in the game that he played. So there's about 3 or 4 of those players.
Apparently Roof
and more also. Played. Roof didn't play?
Yeah, Roof has not played.
And Roof was injured, right? That's why he went back?
Yeah.
So maybe we can look at Ravel or look at Moore.
Yeah, Moore, yeah. It was a 1-1 draw.
So David Walker is picking his team in terms of who the CDM AM. Wow, Hector gets in finally.
48
I would consider McGee a CDM though.
Oh, he did not start apparently, or he was taken off.
Played 61 minutes.
He was taken off. Apparently, he picked up a knock or something.
Yeah, passing accuracy not bad. Long balls, 40%?
2 from 5.
Yeah. Had one of 6 ground duels won. That's not good for a defender.
Yeah.
He had an okay game. Passing accuracy not bad.
Lost the ball 8
times. I think the passing accuracy that was starting was Alvarez Powell. Passing accuracy was 46%, and he touched 85
42.
balls. 42?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an atrocious passing percentage for a defender. And Hector was what? Like 80-something%? Almost 90, and he touched 107 balls? That's a huge difference. I think Hector lost it 14 times. Alvarez lost it over 30 times. Big difference.
No, Ravel has not played.
Oh, Ravel didn't play today. Okay.
Who else will leave
out? Ravel in a trouble.
Yeah, Rob, I need to find a new team. They've
Even
been
Reading
locked
in
another
a trouble
6.
too.
Yeah, but in trouble.
Reading is in
Reading,
trouble too.
Moore's team.
No, but I was saying that's different. I think Ravel's team they were because they went into administration, so they basically lost points, not even in terms of not playing. Some bureaucracy thing. So you probably need to find a team before you go and buy a league too.
Oh, tomorrow Ravella play.
Tomorrow morning, man, 7 o'clock. I think the game.
So
But
MP 494 is calling out some people with potential with Jamaican affiliation that should be considered, I guess, or pursued. I think you have a bunch of individuals in England who are playing in different levels who have Jamaican heritage who we can pursue. And if we don't make this World Cup, we really have to revisit how we source players and how we bring them to the national program. I guess Coach Maggie didn't play today. Somebody said Maggie is injured.
Him team never. Oh, him injury, him team posted. Okay. All right, Carson, big up for that. See, I'm on come on, Sentiment FC as the Arteta out.
Out where? Out where? He's out partying. Must be out partying because he's not going anywhere, at least for the rest of the season.
But I don't think anybody expects Arsenal to do nothing special this season. And probably more than finish mid-table. So you can't really say. The coach probably just getting ideas.
No, fresh Jamal played to them, man. We just pull up his stats for Jamal.
Yeah, you only got 15 minutes, so about 7 of 8 passing.
Gregory, you didn't put up Gregory?
No, we didn't put up Gregory.
Yeah, Gregory, me did try remember, yeah. Let's see if he plays.
Big up Carson White. Carson White mentioned Gregory.
Yeah, I mean, all my friends are talking about Greg Lee, actually. They're very impressed with his performance the other day. And they can be very critical, so it was interesting that he only got to play half the game and everyone was impressed with his play, and it's his first game, at least in the World Cup qualifiers.
But he looked genuinely excited. They can see it on his face. Like I think some of that running and bouncing was excitement. Like he must say, "Yo, look how long more and play."
I saw him play in general, man. I see him play. Remember, he played Saudi Arabia before, you know.
But I don't know. He did look excited though, like you know, when I let out a child out of kindergarten and break time.
Yeah, I thought he said he didn't expect to play, right? I thought he said he didn't expect to play because if you're behind Taxi, unless he gets injured, you're gonna get a game, right? So I thought what he could have done actually, coach, is move either him or Taxi more forward. Because we're getting nothing from Bobby Reed. We're not getting anything from Bobby Reed. Neither Bailey. We can take off Bailey or Bobby Reed. Taxi or Lee couldn't do worse. They're left-footed. They can play on the left side. Probably help you defensively. And offensively, I'm sure they're okay.
But Cranky and CC, look at possession lost.
Who is this? I don't see a post yet.
Greg Lee. In a pulpit. Sorry.
Well, he's doing an Alvas.
Just behind.
Coach, the Jamal Lowe thing is tomorrow as well.
Whoa.
He's playing against
his passing accuracy was woeful. Yeah,
so his put up something with Jamal Lowe a while ago.
He played.
Jamal Lowe's game is tomorrow against Ravel.
No, Jamal Lowe played today.
No.
What do you mean?
Bournemouth didn't play for man. He not play.
So the coach must put up an old thing then, coach.
Yeah, but I mean, I forgot to check it back. But look on Greg Lee, 20, 33, 32.
He was awful.
61 touches. So more than half of that.
He was awful.
38 38 accurate pass.
No, he made 13 of 34 passes. Isn't that it? He didn't have a good game.
The percentage is down.
He only had 38% completed pass. That's even worse than Alphas.
So it looked like when you pass the ball and something there,
Drake
it
hard
got to your
as
possession loss.
No, it looked like when
position
you come and
master.
play for Jamaica and you go back home, you're tired, you have jet lag. Because Antonio was much better. Antonio was better.
16,000 miles,
Moore
man.
wasn't awesome. Moore wasn't that great. He wasn't that great. Which one of them had a good game? Reed didn't play. So most of them didn't have any good game, coach. They had some of their worst game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
The
Hector's
journey.
stats were stellar.
Probably it's a journey.
Hector didn't travel.
Hector and more and Pinnock.
Exactly. Both didn't travel, and their stats were very good.
Cranky at
Players who
15,000
traveled. But then
miles.
again, it was a lot of games in a short window, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because they played their games, they came and played 2 games in back. And in 2 weeks, they played 4 games, basically. 13 of 34. Those are awful stats. But regardless of stats, he was impressive for the national team. So.
Mm-hmm.
So, MPEG, what question you want me to answer? MPEG, I didn't see your question. Send the question again to MPEG because I haven't seen a question you were asking. You said I should answer a question.
Oh, is that all much and pull up for you?
So Ravel didn't play today because they didn't play today.
Yeah, is that all much
Yeah,
and pull up for you? Look on
If
it.
I have time, I'll watch the game. If I have time, I'll watch the Ravel
Derby
game.
versus Bournemouth tomorrow, 7 o'clock.
Brian, so if you check Mariapa stats, Mariapa play which team he play for?
Bristol City is attached to, but I'm not sure if he plays. Because I haven't seen him play. But he's attached to Bristol.
Bailey didn't assist, Bailey didn't score.
So is DS calling me Lacazette?
No, man, CC a Lacazette, man.
Oh, CC Lacazette,
But
okay.
they got DS electronics. Yeah, we're trying to make the French squad, you know?
Hey, CC, we're selling you. And you'll never get in the French squad. Because they know they have Benzema, you can't even see. You can't even sniff that squad.
When I go to Newcastle in the January transfer window, trouble, man.
You going on a visit?
No,
It's not a bad place to visit, though. Newcastle is okay. I've been past Newcastle. Never stopped there, but it's not a bad place to visit.
Newcastle. Lionel scored his first goal in League One today.
Who scored his first goal?
Lionel.
Oh.
Goat Messi.
Oh, you mean Lionel? Oh, you say Lionel, I say Lionel. Okay.
Whatever.
I'm trying to figure out who was Lionel.
President Ricky.
If you just said Messi, we all get it. If you say Messi, we all get it.
This is a Messi.
Yeah, if you say Messi, we all get it.
El Magisterial.
It has to take someone to do this, right? Maps play for the club called Anatash. Someone has to put something like this up here. Maps plays for a country. Maps is bigger than club football. Maps is playing international football.
Oh, it stopped.
Someone saying President Ricketts has been promoted to CFAU vice president. Now you really cannot talk to him. You couldn't before. You can't afterwards. You're not be able to talk to him. I cannot believe somebody who has the positions he has attained does not like to communicate in a public environment. So if you're going to be CFU vice president, you're Jamaican football president, part of your job is communicating to your audience or your stakeholders, wherever they may be. So I don't understand his reluctance. The other day he got forced to when it was being reported, when he was being interviewed by Sportsmax, and he didn't want to answer a question about the coach's future. And yet he let them bullied him and forced him to say something he didn't want to say. Like, you just say no comment and you move on. I mean, nobody does that. Not in your position. But when you're the president of Patty Shop Inc., that's what happens.
All right.
No,
so
what is Fresh God talking about? Wait, what is Fresh God talking about? What are you talking about, Fresh God?
FIFA 2021.
Is Hakan FIFA 2021?
Yeah, I must not matter.
No, he might play FIFA 2021 Can
Okay.
score a goal and a assist, you know?
Okay.
All right. President of the Jamaica Football Federation, Michael Ricketts, has been elected a vice president of the Caribbean Football Union, CFU. Ricketts' elevation to the post took place on Saturday at a virtual annual congress of the regional body. I feel honored that my regional colleagues have seen it fit to place their faith in my abilities to support the leadership of this important organization, Ricketts said. I will do everything within my power, working with my colleagues to ensure that the mandate and expectations of this body are fulfilled. Ricketts is the second Jamaican to occupy the post, as the late Captain Horace Burrell was also a vice president of
So,
the
so
organization.
coach, your question for you, coach. Your question for you.
Mhm.
You can't run your house, you run other people's house. See? You can't run your... No.
You say, you dance abroad before you dance a yard.
No, but you couldn't dance a yard because you feel if you dance a yard. See, you want to brag or dance, you can't dance a yard. We don't understand the logic, coach. That eludes me. I'm sorry.
Pink Pinkwall is saying that the last VP was Burrell, so they wanted another Jamaican in the post. And Neo is saying ceremonial because Jamaica is a bigger nation.
Ceremonial and that, Neo, I'm sure the position may come with some level of compensation, some level of prominence, and some level of notoriety. So I guess you have to commend the Paddy Shop Inc. president for achieving another personal. It's a personal goal because I'm not sure it's going to
Len,
help Jamaican football.
Len, big up yourself. Look what Pagan said. Pagan 180. Big up the erudites in the building.
But Franklin, they must have play career mode in a FIFA, you know. So you can create a player and give him a name. Put him on a team.
I think Pagan is saying the CFU is under the influence, or they have not done their due diligence to see how the Jamaica Football Federation is operated that allows them to make decisions
Now stop
about the
party
competence of the
me a
person assuming the
party.
role. No, Mr. Ricketts has not done a good
coach.
job. Mr. Ricketts has not done a good enough job. You're pursuing higher office in a larger body. You got to be able to demonstrate that you can manage your home country where you've been given the authority to manage, and you haven't done a good job. You just haven't. You can't even fire a coach. We can't even fire the coach.
It's based off the strength of Jamaica in terms of Jamaica in the Caribbean region as a football nation. So Jamaica is stronger than most of all of these countries. Probably Trinidad is the only one who would probably in the rankings.
Yeah, but it's an elected office, isn't it? So if it's an elected office, I don't think it matters the size of the parties who are part of that body. I think it matters in terms of unless the size is providing more resources to the body for them to function, then why would you be giving that position to the person? Unless you have confidence in the person's ability to execute their role and do it well.
Or it's the position that Jamaica is in currently. Or Jamaica is in the rankings. Boy, that is not cranky. This is just a strange thing where you don't even know the validity or the rhyme or reason behind certain selection. Just politics. You're on mute or something, cranky, not here.
Yeah, I probably was saying something I shouldn't say. So no, I mean, at the end of the day, I do think that it's not about who is in what qualifiers. It's got to be about the competence of the person, what they have done to show you that they can function in that capacity. Look, I mean, I am not very high on Mr. Ricketts in terms of what he has done. So someone's asking here, Fitness is asking, is it true that Tottenham wants to sign Antonio in January? I don't know if they want to. Whether Tottenham want to sign him or not, there's no West Ham is giving up Antonio. So it's a moot point. David Sullivan and his new Czechoslovakian partner, who just invested hundreds of millions in the team, are not. Antonio's a prize. Didn't you see that the man spent £120,000 or dollars to fly Antonio by private jet back to the UK? You think he does it because he wants to settle the Tottenham? He does it because he's a prize asset. There's no way he's going to Tottenham.
All right, somebody over Facebook is saying that Speedy Williams is a very ordinary player, or does he do the simple things? Because trust me.
Oh, okay, coach. Yeah, coach. We answer the first Facebook question. I get to your MPEG. MPEG, I can beat you. I think I get out of eyes. But coach, let's go.
Yeah, man. Devon Speedy Williams is a very ordinary player. What say you?
Well, when I first saw, go ahead, CC.
No, man, I say if I budge you, we have to talk or ask a question, you know, coach. Okay,
No.
really.
I abridged, you know, CC.
Oh.
Zidane Matthews.
Yo, I mean, I'm gonna tell you, it's Zidane's whole concept of ordinary and special. I'm not going to get into that, but something there. Speedy Williams, in the context of Jamaica and Reggae Boyz and what he has done for the team, ordinary or special doesn't really matter. He is the midfielder.
Shift.
Yeah, we're putting him shift. So
yeah.
I'm just saying, in the context of what we need from him in the team, I think he does what is needed of him. If we could get more out of him in terms of, I think, like box to box and making certain passes, but he puts in his shift. I'm not going to say special or ordinary, but he's the best that we have in terms of box to box, in terms of fitness, in terms of age, in terms of what he can do at this moment. So until we have a viable other option, he is the option.
Mm-hmm.
So look, I do think Speedy has played well. I think Speedy continues to improve. I think you look at the attributes you're looking for in a CM. I mean, first of all, I always look for legs. Does he have legs? Is he a good passer? When he receives the ball, does he know what to do with? I think his game continues to improve, even though he's not a youngster anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he equipped himself well when he played in most of the games I've seen him in. And in fact, I think he has improved throughout the qualifiers versus some players who have regressed. So I don't have a problem with Speedy at all. Yeah. MPEC is saying, what has I'm helping you, MPEC. What has Anthony Grant done to suggest he doesn't have the legs for the number 6 position? No, MPEC, that's not the question. I'm more, what hasn't he done? Because he hasn't been putting himself in position to get the ball on a continuous basis from his wing backs. Now, I agree the ball is played over his head by center halves, but I don't see him covering a lot of grounds. I see him stuck in the middle of the park. I watched Antonio Conte played for Chelsea this morning, and I see him scoring goals up and down the field, covering up a lot of base of grass. And I see Jorginho when he's playing, was playing the CDM. You know, the reason why he's there, even though he can't run, is because he's making 20, 30-yard pass and a dime, getting people in, never loses a ball, touching the ball a lot. I don't think Grant put himself in position. And Ketterak agrees that he doesn't have the legs anymore. And he's his biggest advocate, right? Mm-hmm. He doesn't have the legs anymore. It's very obvious. If you watch him play previously, because I haven't watched him play live when he was younger, but I watched him on YouTube. He's putting in tackles. He was always leaving the ground, by the way, putting in vigorous tackles, covering a lot of grounds. You see that anymore, or he stops the ball and gets fouled and start to play over? He doesn't have the legs anymore, and that's very obvious. Yeah, I'm very surprised, given your football acumen, that you challenge that assertion that he has the legs, because he doesn't.
Yeah. Kalita Walsh means the CFU is another party shot because football not being developed in the Caribbean. Those persons who voted for him
go back, coach.
Are the same incompetent person like him. So that is coming from what well, I don't know much about what they do, CFU, so I guess Kalita has more knowledge than I do in that.
Well, I'll say, coach, if you have a bunch of people who none of them seem to have a distinguishing quality, you have to make a decision about who you're gonna select. So maybe that's the criteria.
Okay. J-Web, big up J-Web and welcome. He's saying that simple is better adjective to describe Speedy. Simplicity is good in this case. Yeah, I think that's what we said. He plays a simple ball game.
Well, Kante plays a simple ball game.
Who?
No, Kante is special.
Kante plays a simple ball game.
Kante is special.
He makes it. He covers a lot of grounds. He makes a simple pass. He's not trying to be
Kante is
spectacular. He's not trying to beat people. He probably cruise by them.
But Cronky, you saw the true pass that he made?
No, he has that in his locker. Jorginho is a simple ball player.
Yeah,
He
Jorginho
only
plays
plays
simple ball
simple
game.
ball,
You know
simple
what?
football, simple
Hold
football.
on, you know what I think though? You see, Maritza Sarri, he unlocked another part of N'Golo's game. Because prior to Sarri, you wouldn't find that N'Golo would not the attacking option that he brings when he wins it and restarts the play. Normally Kante used to play all in midfield.
No, because he used to
Right
play the
through,
CDM, not on the
CDM.
right of the CM. Now he's playing right of the CDM, right? Now he's in the CM position, but he's playing the right of it, so he has more latitude to go forward. Before he would only play just in front of the back two. What happened? We lost CC. No,
back
he's
now.
still here. Okay.
He's here. Yeah, man.
What was I pulling
So,
up?
DS is saying speedily becoming a crowd favorite. That's a good one.
MPEC.
Yeah.
MPEC. Clearly don't know the role of a number 6. Kante and Georgian rotate between 8 and 6. In our setup, his role is to sit and doing the dirty work. Wow, MPEC. MPEC, thanks for that clarification. And thanks for challenging my football acumen, MPEC. I actually didn't know what a 6 was. I don't know what a CDM was. I don't know what a CM is. So MPEC, I do appreciate it. I hope
But
my
I don't
sarcasm resonates with you because I'm telling you, he doesn't have the legs. That's why we struggle in the midfield. And we have
But
speed in the
Georgina
midfield.
don't-
Speedy played the 10, you know. He played the 10. He played the 8 in games. And Speedy has legs. In fact, Speedy started to tackle the last game, but he previously hadn't. Grant cannot run, and that's very obvious. I'm not sure who thinks Grant is a speedster. How much ground Grant's covers Speedy, but I mean, I'm calling you Speedy. I'm calling MPEC. But you know, MPEC, come on the program, MPEC, so we can have a conversation.
Yeah, it's a brain drain. We want shot
Yeah,
at
yes,
that,
yes,
but
yes. No, his name is not Brain Drain. It's Brainless. Brainless. It
But-
was a great goal
but
today.
we
He
discover-
actually used the
but we
defender as a shield for the
discover
keeper
Kante.
and scored with his left foot. So it was a very good goal. We agree. We concur with you, Brainless. You finally said something positive. In the last 6 months I've been on the program, it's the first time you say something positive about a person. There is hope.
I only
CC,
said
you discovered Conte?
No, I said that I watched N'Golo before he was playing at Leicester.
Oh,
thing
so
about it
Shatta
is,
used that
yeah,
answer.
so that's why Shatta is
Sorry, not Shatta, brain drain.
brain.
So Brainless said one. After he said 100 negative, he said one positive, and he revert back to his normal self. Because I'm sure you didn't say make a claim that you discovered Kante.
No, I was just referring to like when for example like a Neymar, when another person's mentioned Neymar, it was when Neymar started playing for Brazil, and not necessarily when he was playing for the under 20s or stuff. And because a lot of person would not realize that he played with him, Coutinho, Casemiro, all of them came through the same under 20 team. So a lot of persons, when him rise and him start playing for Brazil like in 2010, that's when most people, so I was saying it in reference to Kante, saying that people see Kante after Kante win the league and then come in World Cup and then it's like him get, so I liked it.
Yeah.
Shatta, the brain drain really fits in. Your cerebrospinal fluid is probably draining.
Golo.
You're suggesting he had one coach to drain?
What he's saying he's brain drained. So I'm wondering if his cerebral
Thing is, I
spinal
think
fluid
Kante is
is
a
draining.
total.
But I know he'll come
I
back
think
with
Kante
something.
is a total footballer. So
Wait.
Complete
What is
football.
Brainless
Completely
saying? Wait. Brainless
Says
saying CC
CC.
backtracking like the YouTubers on Tappa out. Now, what
No
do you
man,
mean,
the
Brainless?
YouTubers not backtracking.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying that the logic we were employing the other day when we were chanting cataract about Tappa being out, that we're backtracking from what we said then. He's talking about me personally.
Oh,
And I said in that
okay.
forum between you and him, which is people leak news all the time. they leak it to traditional news organizations. And so, just like we saw with Fabrizio Romano today, when he came out and says Solskjaer is going to be sacked, even though the team hasn't announced it, these things happen. Brainless wouldn't understand because he's not broad-based and seeing these things, that it does occur, and he's very siloed in his thinking and siloed about focusing on putting the needle in you, but he's very vertical in this thing. He's vertical. He's not outside the box. He's staying in his lane. He's like blinkers. When you go to a horse, came in a spark, and the other blinkers on the horses, that's what he sees right in front of him.
So brain drain. So brain drain or brainless. You said that is a CSF leak, not drain. So when something is leaking, a drain it, a drain out still. Eh?
I said man's brainless. Why are you trying to have logic with brainless? You can't be logical with a brainless person.
Yeah.
Wait, put this one up.
But how much special players we have in
And by the way, Bala, he's always have what do you call it? When you put up your $5 and $10, what do you call it again?
Super chat.
He always has super chat. Many, by the way, on many shows.
Hold on. But this is a hit back on Real Bala, If he sees brain drain everywhere, that simply means he's everywhere too. So he falls in the category.
No, I think what he's saying, every show he goes on, no matter what time of the day or night, and in fact, he's on multiple shows sometimes, isn't he, Bala? I'm sure he's on multiple shows.
He has a lot of devices, so I mean, big up the brain drain, one of the erudites. You keep the show alive,
But as Brainless ever come on your program, coach? Has he ever come on the panel?
We're not sure.
So he used a pseudonym to come on. He probably used a pseudonym.
Possibly use a pseudonym.
Brainless, we would like to come on the panel.
About the cerebral spinal fluid, So if that is leaking, it is still draining out. That's what I'm saying. So probably that's why you made that name, brain drain. I got a damn good job, coach. Okay, I watch on my phone. So don't you think that brain drain would be doing the same thing?
You ain't doing the job. You're doing the work. Because you're not doing if the man see you on every show, I know you're going to see you multitasking, but if you listen to the program, you're not doing the people's work. You're not doing the people's job. Because I think I went to a program one day at lunchtime, and he's talking about, you always see you at lunch. And I'm like, I take lunch between 12 and 1.
Wait, so you have to work, CC. Work from home. Where's the brain drain? Is cataract? No, man.
No, it's not cataract. I don't think it's cataract. He's less loquacious than cataract. He's much less loquacious.
Lulu, cataract was here, but him jump off for a while. Manning's man day in our comments, man. Him just go and pray thing, So Devon is saying, so he is like cataract here, there, and everywhere.
I know. Me I tell you, the coach, you go pray, and I say, long hour tomorrow for you,
When them say the protective clothing.
That.
So I would be remiss if I didn't say hello to Verdure Vegan Restaurant in Canarsie in Brooklyn, because you guys are saving me, because I wouldn't be able to eat. Since becoming a vegetarian, I realized there are too many vegan stores around. I was in the store today and I saw, I think it's Lenny Hyde's brother was there actually. We have a conversation. So they do watch the program, coach. So it's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
A good thing.
I see, Fitness with Jerome is saying people who are cursing about English players in the team should demand from the JFF the improvement of the local leagues so the standard of the local players can improve. I think that's good. Say, Devon is saying that's Ricardo Hyde, cranky. And I see the Princess Gillian.
Well, I know him by a football name. I don't know him as Ricardo. I know him as a football name, so I didn't say it out loud. Go ahead.
So Gillian is yelling up there, cranky.
Hello, Gillian.
Team Team Crankle.
Glad you're watching the program.
Oh, brain drain is Tappa. Oh my. Richard would have say, oh God. Cranky.
Man.
National Icon Fusion. Okay, I'll check that out, Dread. I'm gonna post that.
But we have spoken on several occasions on this topic of developing the standard of the league, you know. You understand? So it's not like we have not spoken about it. And we are not anti-local, neither anti-UK. But we see the need for the league to be developed. You know what I mean? So we get players coming out that can get contracts and all of these in different parts of Europe and different parts of the world, to be a matter of fact. But we have been talking about that, so it's nothing new to us.
Yeah.
Well, now he's the vice president of CFU. He should have more power, more authority, more ability to do things, especially at home. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, Real Baller. Brain Drain is saying YouTube shows allow me to stay on the computer and write longer. This behavior perpetuates. I am 3 shows all the time. CD, IMAX, and Mannings. Alright, big up yourself, Brain Drain. Go on do your thing. You make a place nice, you know. Iman Jason. What Jason Ferran there?
I am confused, Coach, about that statement, Coach. Aren't you confused about that statement?
Which statement?
YouTube shows allow me to stay on the computer and write longer. Write longer about what?
I guess the text that he sends.
I'm still don't understand but he's brainless. So I don't understand what he's trying. I'm confused. Elaborate, brainless. Elaborate. I don't understand what you're saying.
Jamaica will always be on the back burner. Look how other countries, 18, 19-year-old players playing big clubs and tournaments, and the best or youngster is getting his Manning Cup. Listen to me. I believe in our Cranky and CC and others that are listening that we have talents that can compete with those 19 and 18-year-olds in the world, you know. The fact of the matter is that we will be down the pecking order as a Caribbean country. 1, because of lack of development. 2, these clubs, when they're recruiting, they look on if you're coming from this or that academy. So it will be very hard for us to get into systems like those. Not that it's impossible, because we have a few that would have gone on. And as Tyreek Magee indicated, is that he is basically learning football because of what he would have learned in his whole development. So that is telling me that the whole development of football needs to be upped in terms of the development of the coaches. So if the players are going to be better, then we have to have better coaches.
Coach, it's like everything else in life, in a coach. The best hospitals have the best doctors, right? The best schools have the best teachers. It's all about teaching, right? It's all about qualities, where the quality resides. So if you look at Spain, for example, which have 2,700 UEFA licensed coaches, probably the most in the world for a given country, and look at the quality of how their football have developed over the years, where they are versus where they were before. So the more you have qualified people imparting their knowledge to the youngsters, obviously they're going to teach them the right way, they're going to develop better, and they're going to produce. Why don't the JFF
we can look at even Switzerland. I know Switzerland has come, but I said it to you, currently, where the whole licensing thing. But I think it is a Jamaican issue where we don't really value qualifications. If a man do something for 10 years, him feel like it's QBE, and him no need to go school, or him no need to go how would I say, higher level learning, because he's qualified by experience. So you won't find a lot of coaches with certain type of qualification, certain type of license, because I don't think we value that as much as we should.
Yeah. Look, I here's what I think about this, which is, coach mentioned that he believes that we have similar quality of players at a certain level that can compete. What I'm going to say in my own words, coach, can compete at the highest level, right? Because I heard Craig Butter said this, which is athletically, we are equivalent to any other nation on earth. I'm gonna paraphrase his comments or refer what he's saying in my own words. And therefore, if those players get the right nurturing and coaching, or they should be able to compete at any level, right? And he would mention his players and who they beat when they go overseas and all that. That's all good. But why aren't they matriculating to the highest level of football? If you believe that at least some would come out that. So if you think that, you know what, we don't get a fair opportunity, we don't get the right opportunity, we're not in the right environment. Even so, coach, some should be progressing. So if you have 100, 2 or 3 should be progressing to the highest level. We can only say Bailey at this point in time, and we're talking about years now. We're not just talking about, we're like Ricardo Fuller and Bibi Gardner, but it's 1 every 5, 6, 7, 8 years versus 10 every 5, 6, 7, 8 years. So if you're saying we have all these quality, why isn't it matriculating to the higher leagues or the better leagues across the globe? Even if you have restrictions based on where you come from, right? Because we agree that if you're not in a prominent country or prominent academy to get the notoriety, you won't be discovered. But over time, that should change, right? Which is, I may not get as many people in those situations as I can, but I should get some. I'm not sure we're getting enough to say that we have the requisite quality. Here's what I think, actually. If you get the coaches, the number of coaches with the right skill set to teach the kids the fundamentals really, really well, to really have them think about football, what it entails and how it should be played, then those kids will eventually matriculate and be distributed across the globe in the better leagues to play and demonstrate their capability. I'm not sure we're getting the right coaching. If you look at some of it, here's an example, coach. So without even excellent coaching sometimes, you should be able to keep the ball, right? Because if you play amongst yourself, you should be we can't even keep, if you think about the national team over the last 20 years, how well do we keep the ball? Just basic stuff. We miscontrol ball. If you watch pros play most of the time, coach, really do they miscontrol balls on a regular basis? Everyone will miscontrol a ball, but they'll control 97 of 100. We may control 80 of 100, for an example. And so we have to get to the point where these players are becoming, when players play in the Premier League, for example, if you see a midfielder lose the ball, you see Fred lose the ball 3 or 4 times, you're like, he's no good. We do that naturally. We look at stats and see Alvarez losing the ball 30-something times. So we have to think about, we have to get the right coaches, coaching the kids to get them to the right level, to have them move up the ranks and be playing the higher leagues. Why don't we have an affiliation, for example, coach? Why wouldn't we reach out to the West Hams of the world or the Bills and say, you know what? We have an academy in Jamaica. We want to have an association with you. And we want to be able to have you provide coaches to us. If we have enough good players, they come and play. Why don't we have an affiliation being done like you see with Man City and the team, the affiliate they have in New York. Devon, that's ripe, Devon. That's ripe at this moment. Given the coaching situation, you're right. We can't keep seeing it. Maybe we buy the ball, Devon. We buy the ball. It's our ball. If we buy it, we can't keep it.
I see Southcry made a comment there. Jamaica's youth are not learning how the team game is played. The coaches are not coaching players how to play the game. And that's one of the things that we mentioned, Southcry. If the coaches are not learned in the area to, coach and develop players, then it's not going to happen. I know some persons might say that the coaching education is not important, but even though it's not important, to an extent in my eyes, I do agree with that. But in terms of knowledge and understanding of how the the football syllabus is or curriculum is produced or set up, then we would be able to, move from stage and step by step ways of developing players in the country. Teach them systems, teach them formation, teach them style of play. I'm not sure if that is happening wholesale, because you might prepare a team to play a particular formation for the Manning Cup, yeah, and the team might execute it. But when they go in another team, say in the Premier League, they have to learn the game over, because that's what Tariq McGee said. He said that when he went to Harborview, coach Ricardo Bibi Gardner was demanding a lot from him, and he did not know how to or what to do. You understand?
Well, I think what he was inferring, coach, that he was pampered where he was previously because of his skills and his ability. But Gardner, given Gardner experience, and Gardner has had coaching at the highest level, was demanding a lot of him. And he may not have reacted well at that point, because you know how you are when you're a pampered player and everyone lauds you and your skill set. And then you go to someone who basically says, you're not impressing me. They'll do things differently.
Separate and apart from that though, Cranky, he was learning new stuff again and relearning.
I agree. Well, I agree, because he probably was dominant as his age group, dominant in the environment, and the coach is basically telling me you need to do more to really play at the highest level.
All right, why you think that is? It's the same thing I'm saying.
Well, on the CC, I'm gonna come off for a little while, but I see Tevin Wilson asking me about Tappa's CXC. I don't work with Caribbean Examination Council, Tevin Wilson, so I don't know anything about Tappa's credential, and I think that's a personal question. How would I know?
I don't. I actually sometimes why do people equate my academic achievements with how I'm not saying they're mutually exclusive, but they're not one and the same.
Give me a second, gentlemen.
People are good in different disciplines. I may not have done well in school, but I could be a good coach even though I don't done well in school. And sometimes people who play football, school is not what they focus on. They focus on their skill and what they do. And even though they may be very smart, but they may have spent time in the classroom, right? So,
but to me, Cranky is not necessarily the whole schooling aspect. I'm thinking about when me personally say education, or as in qualification, is in terms of, for example, like if you acquire the license, yes, or you're in and around international coaches, like the not even say Marina, but like Tenag and those guys in Ajax, and to go out there to get a certain type of exposure. A certain type of exposure that you can't really get if you're just stuck in your little philosophy in your own country. And then, as I say, we have a qualification thing where we don't think, for example, if a coach comes here, right, and he has certain licensing and thing, and he has coached with a lot of other coaches, and he has coached at the highest level, people are gonna say, "Oh, we're foreign-minded, and with this and with that." But at the end of the day, I'm thinking, if the person has the experience coaching at a certain level, then I am always going to give that person the edge before I try anybody else.
So, would you have Schaefer back?
I personally think Schaefer never did. What would I say? I think with the resources that Schaefer had. All right, answer this though, Cranky. Is Schaefer's teams, the squad that Schaefer had at his disposal, was it as good as this squad?
No.
And the results that Schaefer, remember when Schaefer came, we were in the hundreds or so. The team jumped 42 places in the FIFA rankings and went up to 54. That was the peak of it. The first Gold Cup final, Schaefer. We went to that qualified us to the Copa America, where we were in the group with Chile and Paraguay. We lost 1-1 and we never won a game. But I'm saying, based on what I saw with Schaefer, I would more give Schaefer the job right now with these players than before. So a lot of persons might chastise Schaefer and say this and say that, but I think he never did as terrible a job as a lot of persons make it seems out to be.
Well, I do think Schaefer would be agnostic to who he selects, right? He doesn't really care. He's only going to select you based on your ability and you fit into his system. Because
Yeah,
he doesn't have any affiliation in Jamaica to skew his view about who he's going to put in his team. If what normally happens in foreign coaches that they only pick the players at their disposal and the ones who are best to fit the system, he wouldn't have associated like Whitmore has with certain players, local developed players, and maybe have a preference for those players because they have gone to battle with him and he believed they'll allow him to be successful. So I do think, look, I would prefer to have local coaches, frankly, coaching my national team. And you
yeah,
heard that in
yeah.
England quite a bit because when they had Capello and all those coaches, it didn't work out well for them. That's why they went local. But they also have good players at disposal to choose from, and that makes it easier. I do think for us, though, we do get parochial in our thinking when we're local, and we may not give enough credibility or think enough around, why wouldn't I want to incorporate anyone who's a Jamaican citizen in my program? Think about who best fit my system and employ them to go execute for me. I don't think we do that really well. So
But
here's a super
it
chat
comes
from
back.
Lloyd Connor. One second, let me read this super chat. McGee refused the basics, particularly defense. Listen to one of his youth coach who said McGee left JC for Dunoon because he did not want to tackle and he lost the ball. Well, I don't know if that's the case, Lloyd, but if that's the case, he's now learning the hard way because today's football doesn't give any allowance to players who don't want to play both ways. You have to play both ways in today's football. The game has gotten
Yeah,
so
kind of
technical, so
difficult.
strategic. You have to play both ways. Otherwise, you will not be allowed to be on the field. It's
There's no
maybe
more.
only people like Messi and Ronaldo can do that. Most people can't.
There's no more Mesut Ozil, and there's no more Fabregas type
No, he's
of
not Mesut Ozil.
players.
He's called lazy. My name for him is lazy. When I'm talking to my English friends and we're watching a watch along, I used to berate lazy because never want to put a foot in, only want to play when the ball is going one way. He's always
Oh,
injured when we had to go to Stoke to play. He's always injured. His knee hurts, his
the,
finger hurts. I don't want
the
to digress
great
into Ozil, but
M10.
he's my favorite person to give a hard time to.
He's great. No, but that's what I'm saying, Stan. There's no more football is moving away from that type of player. There's no more luxury player there's no place for any more luxury player in the squad or in a team.
So, CC, do you agree with this comment? Most of our national
Most
teams
of us
over the last 30 years, go ahead.
could make it the World Cup. We had the talent. We just don't understand how to play the game.
But isn't that a
I wouldn't.
contradiction? If we have the talent, are you saying we're not employing that talent the right way?
Maybe that's what he's saying.
Okay. Look, do we have the talent over the last number of years? I think we have had good players, but I'm not sure we have had this number of good players or access to this number of good players who we can then source to play for the national team. We had a great window this time. If the JFF had spent the time, invest the time, being really thoughtful about how they source talent, identify all the personnel overseas or Jamaican lineage, or at least a number of them, have real conversations with them about changing their allegiance to whatever country they're in, get the Jamaican passport, bring them in, work with the coach from an early stage, have the coach talk to the players, engage the players, get to know the players, likes, dislikes, what they do well, what they don't do well. Because you have to know that if you want to really put a very cohesive team together. I don't think that the coach employed that strategy. I don't think the coach did any of that. So how do we expect the team to be successful when the administration has not really given the coach all the tools that he needs? They gave him some of the tools. When they had a lot of animosity between the players and the organization, that's why we had a situation, Bedius in Austria. When there's no trust between the players and the organization, when there's affiliation between the player and the coach believe he can't trust certain players, when there is in the Jamaican media, in the Jamaican community, especially, unfortunately, in the coaching fraternity, there's almost a consensus that we can progress without English-born players, and a number of them question the commitment of those players. So when you have that negativity coming from that rank, the rank which is respected in the community, the rank respected in Jamaica, it doesn't lend itself well to how we're going to be able to progress going forward. You need a oneness to do well, and that oneness wasn't occurring. What do you say, CC?
Yeah, but Cranky, we've been saying this like a lot of time. I've been saying it where we need to invest in like having discussions with players who can switch allegiance. We need to move away from, as I said, move away from who is authentic Jamaican and look at who has Jamaican heritage both locally and internationally, and try to find a way to like intertwine. Remember our motto is out of many, one people, you know. So like it's just the development until we get that part of it correct. I doubt going to the World Cup. To me, it's like going up in a tree, Cranky. You're thinking about picking the fruit, but you're not thinking about the steps to go that you have to go through to get the fruit. So it's like we skip the whole developmental phase and the whole phase where we are scouting players to just come and play a pick-up ball game. Which position you play? Which you understand that
Yeah.
those are the things that I think we should move away from and start to develop the sport in such a way where the best talents are the ones that come through and not necessarily deemed because you're born in a hospital in Jamaica or not even born in a hospital because you have born and played in Jamaica means that you are the only one that we should be looked at. We don't have a. I would have said that we qualified for the Senior World Cup 98, we qualified for the Under 17 99, and we qualified for the Under 20 2001. So obviously, in and around that period of time, Cranky, there was something going on. So it's just to build on that. And in that process, there have been, did you know that Joby McInnes came to Jamaica in 2002? And he never played back until around 2012 or 13, if I'm not wrong. But I think he didn't play back until 10 years after, when he
And
was
why
like
is
30.
that? Why is
But
that?
that is what I'm trying to find out. Was it some some administration issues, or why did that happen? Say that you might have a lot of players who comes one time when they were young or they were interested, because that clearly shows no Cranky that he was interested from he was like 22, and we only got him back when he was 32. So if a player was interested when he was 22 and he came, why is it that we would have lost? You would have lost that the opportunity to keep that player and have him develop through the system and play for the country. And then a lot of other players now is looking at that. Because I know a player who said he came to play for Jamaica based on a conversation he had. Based on a conversation he had with another player in his team at the moment in time.
Right.
So the more, for example, Michael Antonio, if there's a guy play at West Ham, then he would come and say, oh, them treat you when you go Jamaica. If he's interested in, you understand Mr. Cranky? If he's interested in playing for Jamaica, more than likely the man of barbershop talk, probably Ivan Tony would call Michael Antonio and say, oh, or if them have discussion, what is the climate like when you're around the squad? How is it? How this, how that? So a man might decide from that now if he wants to play. So I think it's how we treat the players that we bring in and how we try to develop our system along the way. So we have players, an influx of players coming in like a rotating door.
But I thought when the players came initially in '97, for those who qualified for '98 World Cup, we didn't see as much of the negative vibes then as we do now, actually. So I'm wondering what has transpired over the last 20, 22 years that results in such negativity about the overseas born players. Is it that now we're seeing local players getting more opportunity overseas, and we believe that the national program provide that exposure? And people like to talk about eating of food, quote unquote, and you're taking a food out of someone's mouth if you have an English-based player in the national team that restrict that exposure. I'm not sure, because I do think it's it's not contradictory to say that if the team does really well, it uplifts everyone, even the local players, because then the program gets more visibility, enable players to get more visibility with clubs than if the program is in 70th, 80th place, right? If we go into 30th place and 25th place, I'm sure there's going to be more visibility shown on the program and why we're so successful, regardless of who plays, and may help the program more than if we're not, out of sight is out of mind. If you're over 50, nobody's looking at you in terms of your ranking. You have to be able to show that you can produce good players. And I'm not sure that if you use overseas players, just local players, you may not get the same level of notoriety if it's not just locally based, but it can only help, it can't hurt. And I always ask this question, Cece, which is, who benefits more? The player coming to play for Jamaica or the Jamaican national football program when we use overseas born players as part of the program?
It's the Jamaican national football program is benefiting more.
Well, I'm not sure people think that way, though.
But that is why, Cranky, when I said it the other day, a man is saying that I should not go into players' pockets. So I wasn't necessarily, because I said to him, these players don't have to come and play for Jamaica. A man can play with him career as a club footballer. They don't have to. They can always say they're waiting on this or that country. So to me, I think the benefit goes both ways. Because if the team start to go up in the rankings and other international players come and play for Jamaica, then they would, when they go to like probably World Cup, if they qualify for World Cup, then their stock will upgrade as well. So the benefit comes both ways. But at the current moment, I think it benefits us to have international players in the team that when a West Ham player comes to Jamaica to play, West Ham is watching, Bournemouth is watching, all of these fan bases are watching. So when our team is rising in the rankings, it takes we are in a place now where we are there with the Mexicos and those teams as teams that they view and teams that they look at. If the English league or the EFL, they are scouting players, they might look at our team and see some players that they like. So we get more friendlies to play against bigger nations. And there's a lot of things. So it benefits both parties. But I think the benefit for us right now is the exposure that those players bring to us, the eyes that those players bring to our team.
So Brian is saying, Cranky, back then the players came and lived with the local players at camp. So a greater bond, that's not possible now though. But then, Brian, I'm hearing a different view by Big Head who's saying, we did have negativity back then, but Deion Burton saved our you-know-what. So people had to embrace it. That's an interesting point, actually. I didn't hear that much negativity. I mean, I was here still, but I didn't hear that much negativity, Coach. I mean, you're a youngster then, Coach, around the team around foreign base versus locally base. I think he's probably right. There maybe was some, because there's always that, but it may not have been as prominent as it is today.
I think there was negativity, Cranky, but the fact is that Coach's desk was I was around, but not so old enough so that I could, do a YouTube channel, and the YouTube channels weren't that prominent.
Right.
If we were around then, trust me, the people
maybe they wouldn't qualify. Maybe they wouldn't qualify.
No man, if people when I hear all of the alabaloo were take place, trust me, they had issues. But because the media, the media wasn't putting certain things out there. So
I thought they had issues more when they qualified, because they had Simpson, they had Paul, and they had Bian who were embedded in the team, especially Simpson, who didn't get enough credit. Burton get the credit, but Simpson was the engine in the midfield. You're talking about not having a CDM.
Mm-hmm.
He was running all day. And then when we made it qualify, we brought in the other players who didn't do as well, frankly, the Powers of the world, and we brought in Robbie Earl, and we brought in the kid that played for Chelsea, Frank Sinclair, who didn't distinguish himself at all. And they displaced players who were playing well. I think then it got a little bit challenging because you brought in all these players who were starters, were playing at the highest level, and they were displacing players who got you to the World Cup. That's a much more difficult
Marcel
conversation.
Gale. I
Huh?
think it started from there in a cranky.
Yeah.
I think it
That becomes more
started when-
difficult because I want to go to the World Cup and you displace me so I can't even be in the team to go to the
Yeah, I
to the
think
World
it
Cup. I
started
think that's a
from
more
there.
difficult conversation, a difficult situation.
When the other players came, when we actually qualified, because those
Right.
players only came and they played, like, I think the Gold Cup. They played in the Gold Cup, if I'm not wrong, and then they went to the World Cup. So I think the whole basis of local versus overseas, the argument came from there. From there is like up till now. Because if you ask any of those other players, they don't have a problem with Dean Burton, they don't have a problem with Fitzroy, and they don't have a problem with the other guy that and Paula. They don't have a problem with those guys. Because they would have said they were there at the beginning of the campaign. But the other players then.
I think Simone wanted to make sure he could compete when he got to the World Cup, right? Not just getting there, but be competitive, especially when you're in a league, in a zone with like Argentina's of the world. And I think it was Argentina, Japan, and what was it, Croatia or Serbia, one of those teams. So he wanted to make sure he was competitive. And I thought if we didn't get the red card against Argentina, we would have done a better job. We beat Japan. The other game was tough. So look, hindsight is good, but I did think he was trying to put us in a good position to even try to get to the second round, which didn't work out. Big Ed is saying local players, I'm going to use my own words, are not very active, but local fans want them to play nonetheless. Look, it's no different, Big Ed, yesterday than today, right? Back then and now, which is, I talk about Bailey a lot because he's a very good player, but when he doesn't play well, people still want him to play, regardless. Because people have their favorites and the people they grew up with and who they watch and who they respect and whose games they value. And therefore, those are players they want to see play because they can connect with them, they can link with them, they have an affiliation with them. But if you see a new player coming who you don't know, even if he plays okay and plays well, you are challenged with the view that you want your player to play. Neo is saying, he's talking about the economics now. Brazil has turned football into 1/3 of their gross national gross GDP, gross domestic product. Even the Reggae Boyz get 15% in terms of the player contracts. Local league and merchandising, it would be a revolution. So what he's saying is that if you treat football as a business and you run it like a business, you're going to invest in your business, you'll reap the rewards of that business when it evolves and get to a good place. And if we treat it how Brazil treats it, which is we really invest in it, we develop the players, we export the players, we bring a lot of attention to the country, not just from a playing standpoint, but even from a tourism standpoint, even more so than we do today, then that will help the economy, that will help the people around them, the general public at large, and be a much more valued commodity. So can you say that's not a good thing?
We need to go to Croatia to get the blueprint because, as I said, Croatia debuted in that World Cup as well. And then 20 years later, they're in a World Cup final as the statement that he made.
So I think Ernest is saying the same thing that you're saying, CC, which is, well, I mean, can we say Croatia was not? No, can we say Croatia was not in the World Cup though? Because Croatia, Serbia, all those countries were part of Yugoslavia, weren't they? So you can't say those are new countries in a sense, right? They weren't. Think about when Yugoslavia broke up. Yugoslavia was playing in the World Cup in the 70s, weren't they? Later on, all those Balkan countries became different countries and got broken up. And so therefore, say they're not wearing the World Cup. They had players who were probably wearing the team. I'm sure they had their strife too, as who got into what team. But they may not have been a separate distinct country to be where they were to be in the World Cup. But they got broken up into different countries and then went to try to qualify, separately. No, Czech wasn't part of Czech has always been a separate country, but the Serbias, the Croatias of the world are new countries evolving from Yugoslavia.
But they had a star striker because I think he won the Golden Boot. Davor Šuker.
Sucker, yeah. He was a really good player. Very good player.
Wasn't he part of the coaching staff that carried them to the final?
I can't recall actually. Wouldn't be surprised if I can't recall. I think Natty Congo is agreeing with me that Croatia broke from the former Yugoslavia. They were footballers. Yep. They were a very powerful footballing nation, by the way. That's why you can see 2 or 3 teams coming through and playing in a lot of international competition, because they had a lot of Balkans have a lot of very good footballers. Let me see if there's any more comments here we need to address. Anyway, somebody saying, Brethren say, Cranky, you are an accountant and believe 1/3 of the large countries in South America comes from. Brainless. Neo made a comment. I didn't make the comment. I don't know. Did you know, Brainless, that money that's repatriated to Jamaica, so money we send to Jamaica, I was telling what's his name the other day, Speed, when we had it on the program, is about 20% of Jamaica's GDP. Just money that we, so when you make these comments sometimes, Brainless, and I can't authenticate what was said by Neo. I'm sure he's done his research, but Neo doesn't talk on top of his head. Who would think that when you send money back to a country like Jamaica, like I'm to Jamaica or to Mexico, could be that larger percentage of their GDP, right? It happens. Who knows what those sources are? So you're gonna question what I do for a living and equate that to what Neo just says. That's why, Brainless, you have to come on the program so we can have a conversation. Because we have to beat you. Even when you come on the program, Brainless, don't hide behind a pen. That's what you're doing. You're hiding behind the pen. Show your face. Don't be in the dark and throw your darts. Show your face. Let me see if there's any more comments here. I'm sure Brainless will come with another one. Because all he does is sit there and say, let me poke holes in any comment. Let me figure out what the comment may be missing. Is there a comma missing?
He's right.
Is there a hyphen missing? Is there a period missing? Is there an agreement failure? Did he say she have or she has? What is it that you're saying which I can really find some nitty thing to pick on and explode it out to the larger community? Come, Brainless, we're waiting with bated breath for your next comment. You're allowed. And you can't be human the way you operate. And you're allowed. I'm sure one day AI will be running these YouTube channels. Everything that we do, AI is going to be running it, replacing all of us. They may even have their own universe, replace mankind, the way things are going.
The metaverse.
Oh, I hear Pagan is making a comment. The pen is mightier than the sword. All depends on how big your sword is, Pagan. If you have China sword, which are battleships, aircraft carriers, I'm not sure the pen matters anymore. They don't look at the pen. They create their own pen. Oh, wow. Brainless, Shatta, AI, whatever your pseudonym is, whatever your name is, somebody's calling you out. Somebody's calling you out and says, it's time you leave from behind the mask, literally and figuratively, and join the program. Come have your say in person. Let's hear your football acumen, because you have clearly expressed behind closed doors that you have an abundance of such acumen. Let's hear it and see it. And we can get some wisdom from you. We all waited with bated breath to learn from you. So Neo is not a robot. He's actually making sense. He's basically saying that we should use some means of really bringing players into our mix, and we should sell them based on history and legacy, which are always powerful tools to utilize to get people to be part of your environment. And if we can do a good job of that, maybe they'll consider even the better players playing for us than wherever they were born. Now, it's always difficult to get somebody to not have an allegiance to where they were born, no matter what that environment is. But I think Leo makes a great point, which is, I'm not sure what the JFF is doing. No, let me rephrase that. I'm not sure what Patty Shop Inc. is doing, Incorporated is doing. to bring players in because it has not worked. What they've done so far hasn't been as effective as it could be. So Silly One is asking this question. Cronky, quick question. By the way, Silly One is a come after Cronky, is a come after quick question. I'm just saying. I'm being like AI. Who would you play over Bailey? Even when he isn't performing in his position, he's cut above the rest. So I don't think it's what we want to play, but who, not him. Now, look, Silly, it's a fair point, but that's not a point I'm making, Silly, which is, I'm not sure why anyone would use the name Silly One, by the way. You must be a very confident person, because I wouldn't do that to myself, because then Shatter would destroy me. I think the point, Silly, is this, which is, it's okay if you don't have better players to play, right? But if I'm Flemo, for example, and Bailey's always playing poorly, why am I part of the squad if I'm never going to get a chance? Because sometimes you have an off day or an off week, or like Bailey, an off career as he went to Jamaica because he hasn't played any good game as I've seen so far. So he may never come good, Silly. So why would it be that I shouldn't be given an opportunity if I'm Flemo, for example, to play, or for that matter, I go source players who can produce. If you don't feel like you have to compete for a position, will you have the same desire, the same commitment, the same drive? Or if I make you, because you always hear this with team, which is competition for places. You heard Matty talk about the other day about Liverpool when he's competing with like Gomez and others. He's famous at Van Dijk, which is, I have to be on my game 24/7 or else I'm going to be replaced. If you don't have competition for places, then what's the incentive? Because I feel like going to the field and not play my best, I can do anything and I still get my game. I don't have to worry about my game. I mean, unless you're Messi or Ronaldo, that should not be the case. Or you're Mbappe, that should not be the case, right? You should be challenged. And if you're not producing at all, why would you still be playing? Or for that matter, if you're playing and not producing, why shouldn't you be called out like I'm doing? I think that's fair. So I think, Coach, maybe it's time for me to go because Mota Masi has joined us. Oh, I'm sorry. The King Cataract has joined us. The King, welcome to the King. Should we bow down to you? Your subjects are here.
Coach.
No.
You have. I love stats, right? And I'm just gonna prove something right now. You have 255 viewers. Big up on yourself.
241.
And you see 241. Let me refresh again and see if I see 241. Maybe it's got 240 and 179 likes.
Yeah, 11 left when you came in, when they saw you. Okay.
No. I'm refreshing. I'm refreshing. I'm about to show Sad Cronky the power of Team Cataract. The whole Team Cataract, everybody will lick the like button and I show you how man run show. You're drowning, my brother. You're drowning. I seriously just gave him a break, but you were drowning.
So
Someone asked you a question.
Yes.
Who would you play ahead of Bailey?
I haven't finished answering the question yet because you came in. My answer would be my answer was this, which is I did answer the question. I don't have anyone to play ahead of Bailey.
You didn't answer the question.
I didn't have anyone to play ahead of Bailey.
Gray.
He doesn't play for Jamaica.
Yes, he has indicated an interest to play for Jamaica.
Yeah.
And what he needs is someone to intervene with the Ministry of National Security and the Registrar General's Department and find his grandfather's birth certificate. How hard is that?
You sound like brainless. Here's why you sound like brainless. The man asked me a question, who would I play? That means in the immediate situation, but you can't play somebody who don't have a passport and is not a citizen.
The next game is at the end of January.
You know something?
I told you
Isaac
already.
Hayden's Jamaican lineage. He always get his passport.
I told you already. I don't know that Isaac wants to get a passport. So once again,
that's the point.
Let me correct you.
I thought Gray initially said he gave some indication yes, and then he backtracked because there was some indication there may be interest from England. Isn't that the situation?
No. See, you don't have trusted
Both
sources.
of them could play in the team. You could have Demari Gray at one wing and Bailey at one.
You could, and that would be a very potent attack. But At this point in time,
ACC,
Well,
CC.
Guna
at this
Town
point
is
in time,
saying,
Let me
let me ask you,
hold on, Guna
isn't
Town is
Jamal
saying that,
Lowe?
hold on, Keter. Guna Town is saying them are a rub bench at Bayer Leverkusen and after watch Bailey a play. So, I don't
Yeah,
know.
but yeah, you don't know? Okay, coach,
That's
let me
not
Yeah,
help
yeah,
that.
you.
yeah, yeah. But Demar is
Let me
playing
help
well
you.
this season.
Damari Glow is banging in goals and crosses in the Premier League. Bailey, on the other hand, hasn't made that transition. And they
Because he,
both come across the same time.
no, but
But I'm
remember,
going to give,
hold up, Keter.
Damari
Remember,
Gray. Let
remember
me complete.
Demari Gray.
May I complete?
No, I have to plug this. Remember
No, you
Demari
can't plug
Gray.
it.
Hold on, man. Remember, I even notice one time I cut a cat out, me give you back your time. Remember Demari Gray was actually coming from the Premier League. He
That I
has
was not allowed to
Premier
finish my
League,
sentence.
he has Premier League experience. So hence the reason, and possibly Leon Bailey was at Germany before when Demari Gray came across, so he didn't acclimatize as well. So are we debating something where the debate is not necessarily
Englishman are
needed?
normally good away, from
We're
England,
debating something that the moderator didn't allow me to finish my sentence, which was precisely what I was going to say.
Our
That,
coach,
but
coach.
by now, you know, of giving Stan Kroenke. This is what I said to your
We
coach. They
had such
always
order
have
in the
and
program.
allow. No,
We had
I was
such
making a
order
statement.
in the program
I
before
was
you came
making a
on.
statement,
Make a statement.
and
Make a
I
statement.
was not allowed to finish. And coach ended up saying exactly what I was saying. That maybe Damari Gray, well, not maybe, Damari Gray had a head start because he was at Leicester City before. But my point was that when you try to come to a conclusion without going through the natural progression of facts, you will go to the fact that Gray was robbing bench because he just went across to the Bundesliga and spent 1 year. So the same goes. Bailey came to the Premier League and was robbing bench. It goes that way. You can't draw those things. What you have to look at now is that Damari Gray is one of the players who is on fire. You also have to look at the fact that Damari Gray in that position on the wing, England are overloaded. So that was what I wanted to say. You didn't have to fumble with your answer.
Um, Coach, we were going so well. We were really respect. CC spoke, I spoke, you spoke. And when you go to school, you see the kid in the back of the class always a throw the little thing, and the girls them here and cause problem. Teacher have to call them parent. You call your parent. Hey, I was like in trouble. But anyway,
Somebody
the
is saying
Morris,
that.
them,
Somebody is saying that.
The most important part that you made is playing with the girls here. That's the most important part you
go
made.
on, go on,
Giovanni,
we're not gonna.
Giovanni is saying that Bailey is just a kick and run merchant. He can't even dribble.
Nah,
Are,
look,
are
Bailey's a
we
good.
agreeing with that
Let's.
statement?
No, I mean Bailey's a good player. He just hasn't been playing well for us. He's a good footballer. I'm not going to compare Gray to Bailey because if you watch Gray this year, what's impressed with his game is his complete game. Forget about the goals in the assist. It's a complete game. It's the whole up play. It's linking up. It's defending. He's become a total footballer. And some people mature slower than others, and some people progress quicker than others. But it's where you end up that sometimes matters. Or when you reach 24, 25, where are you in how you're playing?
And that is correct. And I'd like to take the opportunity to indicate to you, Stan Kroenke,
You agreed with him.
200, 256 viewers, and we're up to 195 likes. It's called
So
the cataract. Hold on, you said you were speaking and no one was interrupting anyone. Good. It's called the cataract effect.
okay,
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's say so. Let me just say this. Actually, were you watching the program when you dropped off earlier?
Yes, and that's why I came back to help you because you were
No, I
drowning.
understand. Okay, we were drowning. We admit we were drowning, and you
So
saved us.
you were drowning.
No, okay, I was drowning. So I was drowning. You saved me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Did you see how orderly we were? Did you notice that there was decorum in this environment and how we operated and
And
how
I
we respect for each other and we each other to speak? And there was we sequenced it so one spoke and the other one didn't interrupt. You notice that? Did that occur to you, or you missed that whole part?
No,
Or you
it
had that
did.
lesson. You had the
No,
lesson.
it did, which is why I was surprised when, as I started to speak, the coach cut me.
There must be a reason. Because the coach is also very respectful. He was in the forum before you came, by the way. And he didn't have to cut any of us. You notice that? I'm glad you're digesting all of this and realizing, okay, I think I made my point. What's the next thing we'll talk about, Coach? We can go in the comment section and find
200 likes. As Cataract running out of the building. 200 likes.
Brain drain is just brain drain is
Hey.
saying that you have only one trophy. So be
Yes.
careful.
The one he
Yes.
sold you. The one he sold you. Where
But
is
but,
it?
but Brain Drain, aka Shatter, but only one trophy does Leicester have.
Wait. You remember the night Coach Cataract brought out the trophy, saying when it's a business host as a fan? Here's a fan
Business house
trophy.
and a fan.
That's what you
look
said you
here.
did. That you're the business
No,
house
no,
competition.
no.
Because we actually played. No, did you?
No. Please. First of all, you're incorrect.
You got a fan trophy.
See? Let me just show you how this man here does not get a grasp of the facts. The trophy is the Civil Service Association
Business
annual
house.
football competition. Cataract, the coach of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Culture.
The who?
I want to make a football.
The Ministry of Education, Youth and Culture. Hold on, let me. I see my friend is no longer familiar with the mute button. Let me tell you why that is relevant, Coach. When let me just see, I don't want you to leave. I want you to catch Cataract's history, right? Because you're wondering how to save the program. Someone like Cataract who thinks outside the box and gets things done. Let me say this to you. The program was always won, the Civil Service Association, by the National Water Commission and the NWA, because they used to give work to everybody. And NSWMA, because they used to hire anybody.
I didn't get trophy to anybody.
Ministry of Education came always before I took reign. In the first season, we were beaten badly. And then Cataract thought outside the box. Two of my players came here and been on this program and I've endorsed that. It's Cataract was them coach. See, Cataract sat down like Mr. Ricketts and Dalton should be doing. And I said, do you know what's the largest ministry in Jamaica? The Ministry of Education, Youth and Culture. And I drove around the country to every school and I recruited teachers and built a football team and dominated for the next 2 years. And you know what I went through? People at the ministry said, Cataract, I fight them out of the ball game. And I bring in teacher for come play. But they have almost the whole of JC faster. And burn lead upon them. You know why? And the point is, CC, you can't reason with Cronky. Is that when you're losing, you have to find some way to win. And nobody's going to hand it to you on a platter. You have to go out there and make it. The job of a coach is more than just sitting down and telling people, pass, 1, 2, 3, and have man doing shuttle runs. Between games and between coaching sessions, you are required to go and scout, to come up with a plan. So what I'm wanting to hear from Coach Whitmore now is what is the 4-month plan for the qualification of the Reggae Boyz from December 1 to the end of March. You see what I'm saying, G?
But if they not do press conference, oh yeah, gonna know that. You're not gonna tell me.
I think Whitmore's plan should be to make sure him get the press money when them fire him.
But I don't. I
should be his plan.
I don't even
no, you have a plan for 4 months.
Huh? In Coach, how is that possible for us to go through a World Cup campaign and the man in the press conference? Like the mainstream media, like nobody's interested in what is going on with the team and
I don't want to divert from. I want to complete this whole subject about Cataract and his trophy. So you played for 2 years. You won 1 year and you lost the other year. Is that how it worked?
No. Oh God, you can't.
You said you had one
Numbers.
trophy and you played for you had coached for 2 years.
Yes.
And when did you
We
wake up?
won. We won the first year. It's the trophies are there. The records are there.
No, when did you wake up from the dream you were having about being a coach?
What dream that I was having about being a coach?
That's what I'm asking you. You
I
still
have
dreaming?
I have the documentation to prove it. What you didn't know is you didn't stop to do any sort of research. You just
And what could be
very,
said?
very
You said what,
garrulous.
Cataract?
You are very garrulous. Shut up, catch that word. Garrulous.
I'm
And it's
confused.
longer than loquacious.
Are you saying that he's talkative, Cataract? Breaking it down for some people.
Shut enough. But Cranky, I'm saying to you, the first year I won, and that's a cup.
Okay.
And the second year,
Mug.
we won the league.
So what happened to that trophy?
That trophy stands at the Ministry of Education.
So you got one.
No. That trophy is Coach of the Year. You don't read, do you?
When was this?
2005. Go back and check.
my. Can we go research it? We are researching.
Go research it.
Anyway, to prove yourself in top. Who is this?
No, Coach.
Tappa Belly is saying what's that?
Coach.
So there.
It's never too far. Coach of the Year, Civil Service Association. Meanwhile, you are in the Civil Service Association League. Meanwhile, you are kicking about in some park in Brooklyn.
No. I have trophies. Can I get a speak? I have I don't have one trophy, by the way.
Do you have any coaching trophies? Do you have any trophies as a coach?
No, we talk
because
about
you were one who said that a player.
I won't bring my trophies on the program because they can't fit on my desk. I won't bring the program. They can't fit on my desk.
Wasn't this hombre? Wasn't this hombre the same hombre who said that?
Cataract, you need to take on Tappa Belly. Tappa Belly is coming.
No, Tappa Belly. I've shown you what it is. I've shown you what it is.
Defend that comment, sir.
Look here, my brother. It's the coach of the year.
What did he say?
It's the coach of the year. Coach, I'm surprised. I am surprised that you are allowing someone to come on the program and seek the body shame those coach, that is cyberbullying. And I am surprised your platform, who we can't even use
That's the man's name. That's his name.
That's derogatory.
Hold on.
That's derogatory.
Hold on. Cataract. I cannot tell you to name your child in a way that you want to name your child. If you want to name your child Big Len, or you want to name your child Cataract, or you want to name your child Silly One, or you want to name your child Brain Drain, I cannot tell that person on the screen to I cannot tell Tappa Belly to change his name.
Hold on. So if a man came on here with the name Kill All Jamaicans as his name, would you invite him? Or some other derogatory term?
That's a different
invite
thing.
him where?
No, it's not a different thing. Would you allow him to continue the stream with a derogatory? Suppose he had a racist name. Suppose he had the N-word in his name. You would cut him.
There is nothing racist in the name, Cataract. You know you're
I did not say the name was racist. I said if someone had a racist name.
So what
this name is
we all have bellies, Cataract. We all have bellies.
No.
You don't have a belly?
Look at the one about Davis Evans.
Cataract. I have no control over this man and his name.
Yes, you do. And coach, you are allowing someone into the chat who is being offensive
No.
to those persons of portly and otherwise. Obesity is a
You're the one
problem in
expanding
Jamaica.
you're expanding this thing. No,
And I'm
okay.
disappointed at you.
No more
No,
life,
but
no more life to this.
Cataract.
Let's go to regular
Cataract.
football, coach. Let's go to
Yes,
regular
sir.
football.
Cataract.
I'm not even going to go to the special ed comment, which is
Cataract.
derogatory to those who
No,
are
it meant
slow
special
learners.
But
trophy.
what is wrong
Use
with
it as
special ed?
No.
Cataract? What is wrong if
You
you're a
know that.
special ed person?
Whoa, coach.
What is wrong
I
if you're a
know.
special ed coach?
Go and ask them if you have a special ed. Or you have
No.
differently
No.
abled. Differently able. That's what it's called now.
Oh, okay.
We're not allowed to do that.
Hold on, Cataract. Hold on.
We're not
Hold
allowed
on.
to do that.
Hold on. Ninja
I'm
said
holding
it.
on.
Hold
I'm
on.
holding on.
Hold on. Listen. What was that a special ed trophy? Special education doesn't only mean persons who are disabled. You have
With learning
at-risk
disabilities. With
You have
learning disabilities.
at-risk students which has learning disabilities.
Learning disabilities, yes.
So I'm asking, isn't that a part of the Ministry of Education that you worked, as you say, for
I
years?
just said it's a civil service association
Mhm.
for the Civil Service Association League. I corrected
but-
Mr. Cronky. That's not business house.
And that's why I said that you
Well,
should take on the comment, but you're taking it on in a different manner, Ketera. He's
I have
asking
taken
me.
it on.
I don't know who is the person. If it's
No.
a he or a
No,
she.
it's not.
He's
I have to
asking
leave
if it's a
soon. I
special
gotta pick
ed.
up my
You
niece.
should
I
have
have to leave soon.
answered the question, but you've gone into the name, trying to
Yes, and
describe the name and giving the name credence and highlighting the name.
Yes.
So the name is getting a lot of traction. A lot of laughing emojis are coming in the chat.
I was like, Cataract man,
Well.
because he's competing with Tappa Belly.
Cataract, you're a very smart man, but you're not acting very smart with that comment on the screen right now.
I am. Because you see,
So you should
Pagan
have
has indicated.
You should have just answered the question and move on. Listen this now.
No. I have to call them out. I have to call them out when I see the cyber bullies. I have to call out the cyber bullies. And he's cyber bullying Tappa.
All right,
He's
Cataract,
body
listen
shaming the coach.
Cataract, one thing I know, that you're older than I am, right? I would presume. One thing I've learned going to school, you see if somebody call your name that you don't like and you react to it in a particular way, then so help you that name will stick. You understand? So if you had just answered the question and move on, then we wouldn't be having this deliberation. So you put yourself in that situation. I told you to answer.
No. The coach, for the second night this week, look at that. I have made the person apologize, saying it's not deep. I have done something for those who are against cyberbullying and body shaming. We should not body shame the coach. And thank you, Mr. Belly, for indicating it's just for laugh and that you're not cyberbullying the national coach. And
so the chairman of the Cyberbully Association is now the protector of those who are cyberbullied. It's amazing.
You're a comment.
I am also the chairman of the official statement committee.
Okay.
So hold on, Cataract can get the name? No, you can't get the name. The person have the name already.
Right, exactly. Anyway,
listen,
I wanted to.
This is what Fresh God. Read what Fresh God is saying. I'm not going to read.
God is not Fresh God is Fresh God is someone who see even his comment has gone. This is like thin air. Cataract, all of us will turn somebody respond. Yes, because I am part of the. Let me tell you what I'm a part of. I'm a part of a movement in the world. It's called the Free Press. I am a media personnel. I am part of the free press of the world. Okay?
Lord help us.
Man, the Belly Union will be reviewing this.
So a super chat there say, it's just for a laugh, Cataract.
Yeah, man. I said that he had to retract. He
Yeah,
had to
man. It
retract.
just
We
returned.
dealt with the retraction. We dealt with the retraction.
You not retract the
Okay.
name though.
Yes, he had to explain himself because I took him to task on behalf of those bigger gentlemen.
Union.
You understand?
The Belly Union will be reviewing this. Oh my.
Back to football and what can be done to save. No bullying. No
Cataract.
bullying.
Well,
Remember that.
I mean,
Hold on,
Cataract.
coach.
I hope. Hold on. I was speaking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
I hope, Cataract. This day, this very day, the 20th of November,
Esta mañana.
11/22, it will be used to judge you going forward. So you see that straight and narrow. I hope you will be able to walk that straight and narrow for the rest of your life.
if you say count to 10, when you start talking, start on zigzag.
Look here. First of all,
So
hold on. Let me hold a press conference. It won't last longer than a minute and a half.
yes, Stefan, him have to take it serious, man. He made that thing a serious thing. Him have to take it serious.
As I'm now a media official, right? Part of the media fraternity. Let me see. I have handed over generalship of Team Cataract to Wesley Hall. I have promoted Jervis Paris to second in command. Cyan Bowen is going to be court-martialed because I saw him throw a bottle at Cataract on Wednesday. And so Team Cataract will have new leadership as we speak.
So I have a question for you, Cataract. I have a question for you.
Hold on.
Does
Is this
your-
my press you have a question at the press conference? Go ahead.
Yeah. And Cataract, sir, this is Stan Gronking. Does your new leadership deserve this?
They are
They
ride
really-
or die. Ricky Dunks was the Minister of National Security. He has been removed because he was not present on Wednesday to protect the general of Team Cataract. Right? Here there's one man in there just throwing up himself, buckling himself. Kind of throw the buckle in that ear. Any more questions?
One question. Let's get back to
Um,
football. We
do
have
there's some other
digressed. Let's
people
get
that-
back to football.
Dreadino,
Yes.
Dreadino is in charge of importation of the good thing. Yeah. I don't know. Reds Crossing, I do not cyberbully the Pink Watch boss. You understand? The Pink Watch
Wow.
boss came at me and I defended myself and the reputation of other
But they gave
bloggers.
him a name, Cataract.
Yes, because he was with Pink Watch.
Cyberbully. That's what we call the
No, that's
the
no.
that's what we
If the
call
bully he
the
thought he had
essence
a
of
bully.
cyberbullying.
Yes, formula.
That's
I think
the
that's
epitome of
Cataract.
cyberbullying. That's
Arthur,
cyberbullying.
Arthur, whatever Arian. That's
Arthur.
Cataract.
No, but I have
Arthur
opened up
Trey,
to
whatever. They have a tongue twist right now, but that's Cataract for true. Hey,
Okay.
it only
At the
works for
end-
Cataract, you know.
Coach. At the end of the
Authoritarian.
month,
That's really
Mhm.
end of the month, people, we will. This is just interim, and on the what's the last day of the month, Coach? I'm going to ask you for 15 minutes of your program on the my birthday is the 5th of December.
Okay.
I'm going to relinquish it on my birthday, Coach. I'm asking. We are going to have an
you were
election.
actually born.
Hold on. We are going to have an election for the new leader of Team Cataract. I am not Robert Mugabe. So as I join the press and I respect the different arms of the country, the state, the judiciary, the executive, and the press, I understand that the press cannot commingle. And so we will have an election on my birthday on the 5th of December. Proper election for Team Cataract leadership. And I will tell you.
How much
But
flow
in
them
the
all get
interim-
the vote for you? Eh?
No, I
How
am
much
not
flow
going to be running.
and oh, you won't
I'm
be
not
running.
going to be running. No. but the interim prime minister and leader of the thing. You understand? Wesley Hart. Yeah, man.
Good question, that Kyle. It is something that we could
Somebody's
look
asking this
into.
question. Good.
Yeah, because when the
Not
election
coming up, boss.
is going to happen, we want to bring coverage on it. So yes, we'll
So
definitely be trying to get that done.
post up this thing now.
It's up there.
It's not coming up.
It is.
I'm not
I'm
seeing it.
seeing
I'm
it.
seeing a Michael.
I'm seeing it. He needs to fix his Wi-Fi. You're in foreign, brother. We are here supplied by Flow and Digicel, and we have better service than you. Watch him again. Watch him. Watch him. Watch him. I suck.
Cranky your Wi-Fi, man.
That's what happens when one of your mistresses plugs out your Wi-Fi. Man, run the yard, brother. Aye. Wife said bedtime, pull the plug. That's what they call pull the plug. But coach, I'm being very serious. What can we do to save it? I like this topic. We have 45 minutes. I don't want us to waste it. I'm saying if I think we had
Out there, no coach. Big up. Big
Yeah,
up
man.
the
Bless up.
people.
at CC.
Like, subscribe, and we out still.
Yeah, man.
A good night.
Like and subscribe.
Respect.
Respect.
211 likes, 245 watching. Thing I run. So, coach, can you put Crank in the background with his frozen self? All right. So, coach, um, I think to save this program, I have 5 things. I think one, we need to make a definitive decision regarding the coaching situation, the head coaching situation, and we cannot continue in limbo.
That they're not in any rush. That is an issue.
That is what I'm saying, coach. I am saying we need to have a definitive decision. Oh, you let my card cranky. Oh, Lord. A definitive decision. That's when a man tries to put all those background things and he doesn't have enough RAM on his laptop. He's just blurring. Secondly, I believe that there must be a camp commencing in the next 2 weeks in Brazil for 30 players, or maybe even the whole pool of non-European players who are out of season, to build a core of a squad that can then be augmented by our superstars from England and Egypt and Belgium and Sweden. So hold a camp with all non-European based players who are out of season. And the third is that Coach Whitmore should then be facilitated when that camp ends and he sees what we have working with, to go to England for, I would say, mm, maybe even 2 weeks at least, and to run his eye over what we have available in England and definitively select reinforcements. That's the 3 things. I will break down number 4, which is the JFF needs to recruit and get passports, assist to get passports for those players who have indicated interest. And I refer to Damari Gray, Nathan Redmond, Lawrence Figaro, Kyle Walker Peters. And number 5 is to find a clinical striker to partner Michael Antonio and to be there if Michael Antonio picks up an injury and breaks down, as he has done in every season. And for this, I have a 3-player shortlist, which is Mason Greenwood, Ivan Toney, and if either of those two are not available, then the player by the name of Johnson Clark Harris. Done. That's my 5 list. If you think it's wishful thinking, Kyle, you tell us how we save it.
So you're saying saving it with carrying players, right?
We need reinforcements. That's the 5th aspect of it. But notice for those who said, I said, Mr. Dimension, I said all players who are playing in non-European, meaning the season has come to an end.
Like
That
the
is
MLS.
Jamaica, USA,
Mm.
MLS, those playing in the leagues in Central America, all of those, Apertura and Clausura, right? They are to come to Jamaica and go to a camp. The reason why I don't want the camp in Jamaica, coach,
Mm-hmm.
is because when we were in Brazil, we had 2 things. South American nations are looking for friendly matches, right? El Salvador benefited from being able to play some friendly matches with, I think, Ecuador and Bolivia. I think we can get a couple of international friendlies to measure us. But more so, we are able to probably get friendly matches that we did against the top teams in Brazil. I think we played Flamengo. Did we play Santos? But I certainly know we played Flamengo, and I think we played Vasco da Gama, and I know we played the club that Simoes was aligned to. Yeah, Nigel, I don't know. Listen. We are asked to give our thought, Nigel. If Mason Greenwood was so likely to play for England, he would have been in the English squad. He would not be turning down England caps. So I'm saying there is a chance, and we need to pursue that chance. If it don't work out, it doesn't work out. But I don't know how people can sit here. Am I going to finance the camp? Oh God, here, Devon.
Cataract, hold on. Somebody's on the line that wishes to challenge you. Go ahead,
Oh,
Kyle.
challenge me. Okay, Kyle, welcome.
Good night, listeners. Good night, everybody on Sports Desk. It's
Sports
No,
good to
desk.
be here
coach's desk.
again.
No,
Coach's
coach's desk.
desk.
This is not
Yeah,
the
coach
sports
is
desk.
this. Right. I'm sorry. Right. So the question I believe that Cataract asked was how do we save the program?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's my belief that this thing have to bottom out. All right. There's no salvaging it. You're asking the GFF and the Tappa to do 2 things that they cannot do, which is to be professional and organize a squad, you know, to basically qualify for the World Cup. So far, they've proven that they are incapable of doing this, right? I was listening to the program last night to Cataract, my fellow Reggae Boyz Foundation supporter, and he was going off about coaches that we should get. And I'm listening to him, and it's like, have you ever heard the definition of madness? You keep wanting to do the same thing, expecting to get a different result. He keeps talking about these foreign coaches who we know will cost us astronomical amounts of money that we don't have, which you all admit we don't have. So why are we popping these names up as if they're going to come and work for free? It doesn't make sense. The only practical solution I see is to get a coach who will operate in our cultural economic reality. And that is we are broke. Okay? If we get a foreign coach, the first thing they are going to do is they are going to take the money, stay with us, and as soon as the campaign is over, they are gone. And when they leave, they're going to leave us broke and they're going to leave us without knowledge. We need a coach who is going to stay there, who knows our culture, and who is willing to impart the knowledge in how to develop the players, meaning education-wise. Not only players, but also pass the knowledge of coaching onto other coaches. So it's my belief that we get a coach, hopefully a Jamaican, who has the proper licensure, who's willing to help and develop the program. But anyway, none of that will be done. The first thing we have to do is get up the JFF. And that's what I'm asking. When is the next election?
I think it's
Because
about
you
2 years.
guys, with your media platform, can do so much by pressuring these parish affairs and these associations to basically ask them why they vote for this past president and will they be voting them in again. That question alone will put them on the spot. You know?
So
Anyway,
Kyle,
any comment? Oh,
No,
yeah.
but
yeah.
hold on. He's not gonna hear your cataract, so I'm gonna ask him to hang up, and then he can respond to you in the comment section. All right?
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
man.
you.
Cool.
All right.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you, Coach. So Kyle,
Yeah,
let me address the second point first. I would say, unfortunately, any prospect of getting out the GFF, rather apart from by court matters or FIFA stepping in, or FIFA demanding a resignation, is very, very slim. I saw the news today that Mr. Ricketts has now been voted as the vice
CFU.
president of the Caribbean Football Union. That doesn't sound like a man that's going anywhere. Me now go nowhere. That's what Dexter Lab said. So that's digging your heels in, doubling down. So he's going to be here for a while. That's number one. So I don't see the GFF moving, but that's not happening. I could see maybe the government pulling their subvention and maybe sponsors pulling their sponsorship, but that's going to be difficult. On the other hand of it, you spoke about the coaches, so I think you might have missed the point where I said, Kyle, that we can seek bilateral arrangements where the country who's sending the overseas coach undertakes to pay their wages. That was done with Rene Simoes, I think Montesa, and might be there was a third Brazilian coach, but certainly the president of Brazil was canvassed by the most honorable Portia Simpson Miller, and they came to a bilateral agreement for Brazil to supply us with a coach and to pay his salary. Jamaica JFF never paid all of I think what they provided was a vehicle which they got, a Suzuki Grand Vitara, which they got from ATL as a sponsorship, and they got a home, which if I'm trying to remember if New Era was New Era sponsor. I don't know why that's in my head, and they got him a townhouse apartment somewhere. So the cost is one thing, and yes, the cost will be astronomical. That's why I'm saying we have to think outside the box of how to get this cost done. Certainly, in the case of England, the government of Jamaica, the Ministry of Culture, can write and ask what you call it again, reparations, because they're quite happy to do those reparation business. They were quite happy to build us a prison, which would cost a lot less than hiring paying for a coach for, let's say, 5 years. Because if we were going to give a coach, let's say, £2 million over 5 years, 5 years, so that would be £10 million. I think it was over. How much was it that they wanted to kill? You remember, coach, to do the prison? Wasn't it nearly 100 million or something like that? Yeah, close to 100 million.
Yeah.
Right. So there's money there. You can just you can make these things, and the same with the camp. The same with the camp. FIFA, you can apply for special grant under FIFA for the camp. CONCACAF, same thing, because they have it in their interest for us to do well. There you go.
So Kyle, he's saying he's agreeing with some of the stuff that you're saying, Keter. So
yeah, man, I'm just reminding him. I'm sure Kyle is a long time Reggae Boyz supporter, man, from day one. The arrangement was initiated. No, I said the arrangement was initiated by the Prime Minister of Jamaica on the request of Captain Burrell. No, I don't think JFF can do it unilaterally. Sorry, no, I don't think so. Let me be fair to them. I do not believe that that's the case. You can offer the Ministry of Sport some of the track. Somebody suggested, I think it was CC, that we have an exchange. So we send a track coach to England to deal with the sprinting. Unilateral, you have bilateral things, man. We think outside of the box, man. Leverage what we have. If the GFF was smart, they would. You know what I would do? Some of the things I would think of doing, I would engage Usain Bolt as an assistant coach to deal with speed, just so that I have him on the bench. And when we travel, you look and see the media circus that will follow if Usain Bolt was an official of the team. And then you see if sponsors, if Puma wouldn't make something to buy out the Umbra sponsorship. You look and see. I agree, Kyle, that the platform can pressure the FA presidents, but they are. I see this with no apology. Allegedly, they are easily bought.
But Kyle and Cataract, as the voting pyramid expanded, whereas it's not going to only be the parish presidents again.
Yeah, but we don't know what it's expanded to.
But I don't think the parish presidents alone will have a say in the next election.
Okay. Studio Michael Elliott. I am aware because the coach has been at pains to explain to me that athletic sprinting is different from football sprinting. Football sprinting is a short burst of pace over short distances. So you don't get the point that I'm making. Usain Bolt, I want him there for the name Usain Bolt. I am sure Usain Bolt knows to condition people.
Somebody is saying that Bolt for president rather than
No, he would have to be attached to a football club. But all of that, if Usain Bolt and the president, it don't even need to go as far as that. If Sidella Marley was the president, his sponsorship them run and come in. We call the company again the Bob Marley catalog is Sony.
I think so.
You think $10 million US that a way called governor called little bit of money for them. You understand? She could leverage even a 1% loan of the Bob Marley catalog, because that is worth Bob, isn't Bob a billionaire? Or in the hundreds of millions his catalog is worth, coach?
I'm not sure.
But I'm sure it's hundreds of millions. Because what's your name? Legend, the album Legend, is still the number one reggae album. And that's what? 40 years ago it released. So I'm just saying that it's what comes with it. But I agree with you. I mean, I think Usain Bolt would certainly make a good president.
Neo is saying that's great, Cataract, but how could we get that implemented? That's a challenge. Would Mr. Ricketts approach the ministry to get this concept to, one phone call? Oh, you on the phone?
One call. No. I'm saying
that's
one call. Okay. One call. Or more likely, an official written communique.
All right.
As a matter of fact, they could write it and then forward it through the ministry and say, could you put a cover letter on it? It could go by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it could go by the Office of the Prime Minister, or the Ministry of Sport. It's 3 choices in that.
Yeah, I think the phone call will go further now, because sometimes these letters are sent to the ministries. You have to follow it up with a phone call.
You have to, but the minister do to Brown, you know. There's something called, I think there's oh God, we call it again, something about performance for all civil service ministries that you have to respond to letters within 21 days or something like that. And if you're asking that this be forwarded to the Ministry of Sport in Brazil under your cover,
Mhm.
then either they're going to write back and say, no, we're not going to do it, or they'll just write and say, yes, we have forwarded it.
So,
Or Devon
so,
is
so,
saying that this election will not change in terms of how the votes are going to be done.
Press
So there,
conferences, go ahead, sorry.
go ahead, Cranky.
now I was gonna say, brainless. I'm practicing my listening skills. So if I'm not speaking, it's because I'm learning how to listen, and I'm gonna make sure I communicate at the cataract later on how to do so. It's a practice to do it because he's challenged in that area. So I'm gonna help him.
All right, MPEC. He's saying that how do we know that a lot of these things aren't attempted and were unsuccessful? We can't know, MPEC. We have
Let,
not
let,
heard, and this is the same point we are talking about the press conferences. So when we don't hear these things and these brilliant ideas come up, I mean, it can be said that they were thinking of it, but we can't verify or ratify that because it was not said. So
so
we can't
MPEC,
hold that to any
no,
weight, MPEC.
MPEC reasons like this. So I'm going to ask MPEC. MPEC, can you tell us how do you know that a lot of these things were attempted and were unsuccessful? Asking rhetorical questions gets us nowhere. It's for the JFF to come on here and be bold. Do you know that Garrett Southgate speaks to credible vloggers on the English national team?
So that say you're not credible? Are you saying you're not credible?
No, are
Or
you saying Coaches Desk is not credible?
no, not talking about coaches. That said cataract is not
Coaches Desk
credible.
is the platform. Reggae Boys commentary. I don't go as Cataract. I represent Reggae Boys commentary. Coach represents Coaches Desk. It's
Okay,
the desk that they are coming on. I don't have a platform. But
but I don't see them on Reggae Boys
listen, hold
commentary
on.
either.
Oh, no, I don't. That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying to you, Stan, let me in all seriousness say something. When we put a microphone in front of a player or anyone with our media pass, apart from a couple people who you know them go on, USA, our team, don't people stop and share a word with us? Minzy?
Yeah, any other team come, the players are willing to talk to us. They don't mind.
Yes, as long as you are an accredited media.
But I
Mm-hmm.
haven't seen the JFF talk to this apart from like the Sports Max and TVJ. I don't see him talk to bloggers. I've never seen him engage in bloggers. Does he do so?
No.
He's afraid.
Is he
Well,
afraid
no.
or he just doesn't have any respect? Because you hear how the president dealt with the players. Sometimes it's not fear, Sometimes it's this the view that um, these persons are not at my level, so I'm not going to engage with them. Or it may be a very uncomfortable conversation because they don't have any restrictions and any parameters about how they operate. So I don't want to be involved in those conversations because it may not reflect well on me as a president. That could be the rationale, all right? Because I don't think we have the same boundary. I don't think we have the same restrictions and the same boundaries as traditional media does. I shouldn't say we. You
No.
media personnel, because I'm not a media personnel. I just come
I would say to you that
for this world.
we do have boundaries. We do have boundaries, and I think if you overstep
Really?
those, yeah, we do. And if you
Like
overstep
what?
those, there are certain questions that you can't ask the coach. For example, please tell us what your tactics for the next game for the upcoming game is going to be.
Those are what I call
You can't
very
you can't ask questions.
superficial boundaries. You know what boundaries I'm talking about.
Yeah, but
You
you
know
can't say,
that sometimes people don't have.
are the players picking the team? You don't ask questions that you know the players can answer. You ask cutting questions. I think coach does it
But I
more than
think
me.
I think traditional media ask those questions as well, man.
Yeah.
I do ask them. I look.
And
I think there's a
because they
way of.
ask if are you gonna fire the coach or whatever,
Uh,
where you plan. Don't ask me that. Don't ask me that question. I'm not answering that question. So those questions are asked, man. It's just that
No, Giovanni, I didn't say the Premier League players would be in a camp. I
the
said,
players did.
well, I said a camp for non-European based players who are not in season. Their season has come to an end. USL, MSL, and the Central American seasons have
Which league is the
pretty much rolled
MSL
out.
now?
MLS,
Okay.
Major League Soccer.
You know, sometimes he talks himself into a circle, so you have to sit with him. Because I was wondering what League Two coach. So I'm glad you asked that clarification.
Major League Soccer.
Uh,
Major League Soccer in the United States.
MLS.
Yes, Major League Soccer. I would use acronyms.
No, we do use acronyms actually. In fact, it's no more by the acronym than its official name. Just for your information, by the way. And people are jumping at you with it. I'm telling you, Shatta is getting more people in his camp. You make one small mistake and they're gone.
Yeah.
So you have a new league, the MSL, the Cataract. That's the league you coach. I won a trophy in. I knew it was a league I didn't know about. MSL trophy.
Andrew Nicholas Smith, I did correct myself right away. And then coach asked. Major League Soccer. Yes, Nigel, the media can ask any question, but a lot of times people say this is not the forum for it. Like you can't ask man, did you have a fear or something like that? So
Yeah, you can't ask any question, man. Is that
so I have a question for you guys, a serious question.
Some probably hold on, Cranky. Some probably think that it's not appropriate because you know Cataract and Cranky and others out there. In the interview with Greg Lee, I asked the question, how are you connected to Jamaica? Paternally or maternally? And somebody come in the comment section said that was inappropriate. That was a question that I should have asked him in private. And I said, why? He's a Jamaican. We want to know what's the issue with that.
We can't follow everybody, coach. I thought it was an excellent question, and he was able to tell us Barbican. 1 minute away from it.
I'm more attached to exactly.
These are the questions.
I have a question for both of you actually. Do you guys embrace and enjoy being part of the media? And what is challenging about it? What do you deem in terms of, if you think about being a quote unquote media person? I find it hard to think that category is media, and I'm saying this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. What do you embrace and what do you find challenging?
Coach?
What
do I embrace? The freedom.
Freedom to attend the game and enjoy the game, and the freedom to engage the players and ask questions.
Anywhere in the stadium.
Anywhere in the stadium.
Anywhere.
And I've said to you, I have had to make changes to my own self because I kind of changed the way I'm dressed, the way just some things, because I realize that people are looking up to you. Look here, no one can stop you, because apparently, as people tell me, if they do, you can make a complaint to the Press Association of Jamaica, and it's a serious thing to impede the free press. Only thing that we can do is step on the field.
So how do you become a member of the free press, though, as a YouTube blogger? Is it something you apply for, or is it something that you're anointed for? How does that work?
That one we will leave.
Okay.
Off here.
I shouldn't ask that question. I can't ask that question. You tell me.
So you can't ask the question.
But we decline to comment.
We have the right, yes. We're not going to tell it. Don't ask me that question.
You don't want me question, because when I ask no softball, so no big question, But you know what? You know what? I'm going to do this. Wait. Listeners out there and those who are in the chat, I want to interview the coach and Cataract as members of the media. So I want to be the person. You know how you guys like to interview other parties? I want to interview you one of these days, actually, in this forum. I want to have the discussion, the ability to interview you. Yeah.
So one of the things about being a man of the media is that when you ask a question, you allow the persons to answer, not just talk.
How would you know that? How would you know that?
Oh, wow. So what you just did, You asked a question of cataract and coach. I allowed coach to go first, and then you started babbling. So here we go.
I
Let
was
me tell you
afraid you're
something.
gonna answer. I was afraid you're gonna answer. It would never
But
end.
you asked. But you asked. So, coach, here's the real thing. Um, do I enjoy it? No. I enjoy being a fan much more in the half line. But do I see the need for it?
Absolutely.
Yes. And therefore, I have lost some of the fun that I would have because normally before a game, we did this and I kill Roman junk as bat. I can't do that because after the game, I know some I have to go do some interview and I kind of round the player them. Right? So I have to be responsible with my responsibilities because I also understand, and coach can speak to this. When we go through a game, from the security and the police at the first checkpoint, everybody know cataract.
Yeah, man. From we go around a Nannyville gate, that's a man.
Gate. Man, come round, because them hold up somebody that was with Simon. You know them man, a YouTube man, YouTube, them, right. I also realize that a lot of people depend on us for the news. They don't believe what they read in the media paper. They want to hear what the YouTubers have to say about it because they believe that we provide deeper information and we are not filtered, if that's the word. So more than one time this happened to me. Both games. Police man said, yo, tell me we really are going with it with this. I will really are going with that. So that I think is there. And the last thing that I would say is that the only disappointment, I think you asked about disappointment. I think I would like the respect from some of the players. In terms of, I don't have anything to say about everybody in the Canada team that I asked to speak to was more than happy to. USA is only Christian Pulisic that shunned us,
Yeah.
right? But Greg Berhalter, the coach, stopped and spoke. You know what I mean? Tappa spoke.
There
So
was a youngster who played under 17 for Jamaica too.
yeah, man,
Johnston.
Yeah.
Sean, right?
Johnston, I think his name is.
Yeah, man.
And,
So
and, and people respect us, man. So it is good. Do we wear a press vest so that we can stand up? No, them style we a little bit. They never give me when I ask my press media vest, the man said to me, we are a little media. And I'm have to deal with the big media first. So but you see that pass, that same media, man, respect it.
No. What I was talking
yeah,
about, Kelly,
man.
right? It's not disappointment. It's what's
Sure.
challenging. So sometimes
No,
it's
what's
hard to get
challenging?
access, or there are a lot of people who are trying to get the same interview, right?
No, that's not challenge at all.
Okay.
Only because of COVID, I think that we are a little bit restricted. But we can go in the dressing room.
Okay.
Yeah, man. It
Good.
depends. Yeah.
Yeah, but depend on the thing. This, a matter of fact, last time the man I said a mistake. They realize we have too much access.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when him challenge me,
Oh.
show him where my pass and I can go. But if you think of the NBA or the NFL, for example, press can go right up into the dressing room.
Okay.
Right. So we have that. That's also an our thing, right? But I think the challenge really is the core. I would say the core players, core local based players, who think that we are critical of them and don't believe that they should be criticized or critiqued.
Well, I do think though that in any environment you're gonna have players who have challenging situation with the media. So you have personality conflicts between a player in any discipline, in any sports, and a media personnel because they believe they're too critical of them. But look, you have to work around it, right? I mean, that's when you have to work around those situations. And players have to understand that if they're not performing well, they're going to be criticized. And even sometimes when they're performing well, they're criticized. I mean, Cataract tonight we showed the show. By the way, Cataract, this is important. Tonight we showed some stats for Hector, which were very impressive. What the game he played today. Very
I,
impressive.
I saw the highlights, but he was playing at centre back, not at
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
CDM.
but he touched 105 balls at center back, 105, and he completed what, about 80 something percent, 90% of his passes, like 7 out of 10 long balls. Those are impressive stats in any game.
Let's keep looking and see if he keeps it up.
Yeah. You don't
But
think he's better than the CDMs we have now,
he's
including
not a
Grant?
CDM. He's
No,
not
no,
a
that's not
CDM.
that was my question. That was my question.
No, I
Is
do
he
not
better
think
than the
he's.
CDMs we have now?
No, no.
I disagree with you.
Well, we
When you
agree
and
to
I saw him in
disagree.
Orlando, he played well in Orlando. Yeah, I know you have that look of what are you talking about, Bronx, but he
I
played
do
well in
have that look.
Orlando. I think
Oh
he's better
yeah, I
than all the
remember
CDMs we have.
Cataract.
Mm.
See, Fabian Brown is saying that a pure boo them boo Pulisic. That's why he never want to talk to us. But I
Oh,
could remember when he was coming on for you, you know.
I didn't know he heard us.
Yeah, man, the
Well,
people them boo him, man.
Karome. Hey, Karome, a real doggone fan, you know. Karome, a real fan, man. In a half line, so. We don't play with people. We not cheer the opposition. Be a boo, them forget, yes. Every name we call them get a boo. You know what I mean?
Weird, big up yourself, weird.
Right.
Yeah.
I think this is important, actually, what
Studio
Studio is saying.
Michael.
Yeah.
Part of coaching a player should be teaching him how to talk to the press and representing himself and the team well.
Of course.
Yeah, yeah,
So I
I
disagree with
agree.
that at all. Again, if the
Even
particular player,
sorry, Qatar. Even when we're dealing with the youngsters, you know, with from time to time, try as best as possible to, you know, instruct them on how to answer the question, be polite, speak well, and all of these things. So yeah, and sometimes we do some dry run on possible questions after a run, how they would approach it, how they can answer the questions, and so forth. So yeah, yeah, I believe it is something that should be done. And Tariq Magee did allude to the fact that it is done. From time to time, people come in and they ask questions. Possibly think they have like press days. Yeah, man. Go ahead, Cataracts.
no, it wasn't much more than what you were saying. I was just saying that had the player who is at the center of the soccer mother, Embriaglio now, right? If he had belonged to a professional club, there would have been serious ramifications for him. Very serious ramifications.
You mean the comments on the social media?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, Johnson Clark Harris had to sit out 4 games for a comment made when he was 17 or 18 that somebody dig up on social media. Those things can't be done.
Mm-hmm.
Cannot be done.
So Nielsen, we should put a short documentation video talking about discrimination and something that can cross from YouTube to mainstream TV. Interesting. But would
That's the
we call
Bible.
it discrimination or lack of inclusion? Sounds very
It's discrimination.
inflammatory to say discrimination.
It is discriminating against someone based on your place of birth. It's denying you the same opportunity on the basis of the place of birth.
Hmm.
So
It's not the coach as is gonna tell them that big deal and mark. That is dealt with differently. I don't think the coach has anything to do with that.
So, coach, I believe we have a few minutes there, but I gave a 5 point plan, and I would love to hear Stan Kroenke's
The 5 point plan for what?
for how to rescue the
Rescue the
qualification
campaign.
campaign.
Um,
You claim that you were listening.
I don't know if the campaign it can be rescued. This sounds very negative and glass half empty, but I don't think it can be rescued. I don't think whatever you do can rescue it. I don't think you can get enough points to beat out Panama for the fourth slot. I just don't think it's possible.
So if they lose 2 games, Cranky, or
Coach,
3,
They have to lose 3.
or if they
They have to.
draw,
They
coach.
have
It's
to
not them
lose 3.
losing 3 games or drawing out. We have to win out. We have to win
We
out.
have to win
We
3.
have
Mhm.
won 1 of 8, coach. So what have we done to suggest we can win 6 in a row or 5 of 6?
yeah,
1 of
That's
8. I don't think
that's why
people
I
are
suggest.
realizing what
That's why I
the
suggest
stats are
to
saying.
change it.
1 of 8. We have won 1 of 8. And you want us to win 5 of 6, and we're going away to Canada? We're going away to Panama?
so you
Really?
don't think we can win the 4 remaining home games
No.
with more fans?
No.
Oh boy.
I don't see it.
So Qatar, the 5 point is in vain then.
What Crunk is saying is that he did listen to my 5 points, so he is giving a sort of broad answer.
No, that's not it actually. I don't want to go elaborate on your, you have these ideas. They're far-reaching ideas.
So my idea to say that we need to settle the situation of the coaching in the shortest possible time is a far-reaching idea.
No. I'm not talking about that. You want me to come?
Well,
The whole
that
objective
was
of this,
my
wait,
first. That's my first
the whole
point.
objective of I said in your 5-point plan, which is, am I going to achieve my objective, which is to make Qatar? And I'm saying, why even go
Right.
to your 5-point plan? If your plan was to get to 2026 World Cup, then yes, I want to have a dialogue around it, given the time remaining in this program. But I don't think we're going to even get to the work. So why even go through each of the items that you alluded to? Should we get rid of coach immediately? Should have done so before the campaign started. Kind of a little bit late now to be trying to go through that component of that part of it. Get around. We can't even look how long we've been talking about for the last 2 or 3 or 4 days around the coach, and he's going to be fired. He came out, he was going to be fired, and the president says this hasn't happened. They wait in a technical committee. They have to spend days. Who goes in around a circle? When England going to fire their coach? When Man U's going to fire their coach? What they call? Oh, we have an emergency. They lost today. You think about this. They lost today, and Fabrizio Romano is saying they're going to be fired in no time. They call a meeting; it's going to be done soon. People don't vacillate and
So
and procrastinate.
why was it done today?
Huh?
Why was it gonna done today?
Why is it going to be done today?
Yeah, because you just can't get up and do those things like that because you
No,
have to
because the
have.
documentations
No,
are
no, no,
not
no,
signed
no,
yet. The
no.
agreement is already done. They just the documents to be signed for it to be officially done. So the agreement, the mutual agreement was done and all of that.
Right. So the
Mutual
legal.
agreement. You mean what? Between who?
Between the club and the coach.
No, but here's a point. Here's a point, though. Ketarai. They had made a decision, which normally most organizations do. If he loses today, he's gone. That's how it normally works. The JFF knew, and the president said this, even from the when we were playing in the Gold Cup, about the sequence of events and what would transpire and implications of it. Speed came on here and said, you know what? We have a performance-based organization. If you don't produce, there's repercussions for it. And we're here going back and forth about whether or not the coach is going to be fired when we know where we are. We know where we're trying to get to. It's not being achieved. Why are we procrastinating to make a decision and going around in circles? You have a meeting, you get the results, you make a decision, you move on. We are now 2-3 days in subsequent to that meeting, and we haven't made any decision yet. Makes no sense. So, whatever plan you come up with, Cataract, as a way of thinking about how we can get there, not with the Paddy Shop Incorporated. They can't get us any place. It's not happening. So it doesn't even make sense coming to the plan because it's not happening. They have no idea what they're doing, and in being vice president of CFU, make it clear as to how challenged the whole Caribbean is, frankly.
So, but Cranky, somebody is saying, the silly one, is saying that he believes that a change of coach will be the best thing for the Reggae Boys to salvage or save the season.
So
the
people are
run.
using Norwich and Aston Villa as example. People, sample size is important. So sustained performance, not one-off situation, not a blip, is what you need to look at to make an informed decision about anything in life. Don't use Aston Villa as an example, because Gerrard has won 1 game. We have no idea what's going to happen down the road. Similarly with Norwich, who's won 2 games, the coach got one is that the game before he got fired. And they still may not get anywhere. What we should be thinking about, you know what? let's try to qualify for Qatar still, because until we mathematically can get there, let's do our best, including maybe changing the coach. But let's really focus on the pie, which is 2026, because frankly, 2022 to me is almost lost, or it's definitely lost. What are we going to change materially to progress the football program? Don't fix symptom, fix root cause. Root cause is those who run the program. Changes need to be made, not just with the coach, because coaches come and go. It's administration who you want to change, because they're the one who set the mandate. They're the ones who establish the programs. They're the ones who have the framework of how you want to operate. Change them, and you'll make meaningful change. Don't change symptoms, because it doesn't do anything for you. Change the people who run the program, and get good people in who they can then strategize about how they're going to come up with a way to improve the players, improve the program, improve football, and get us to our destination, which is to get to World Cups on a sustainable basis, not one-off like in 1998. Sustainable, meaning 26, 30, 34, not we go 98 and then we go back. We'll have no idea when we're going back, but we don't have a plan. That doesn't make sense.
All right. I think we have reached now to the end of the show. So I'm going to give Cataract and Cranky about 30 seconds just to close off. Give their closing points or remarks. And,
Style and flavor, coach. Style and flavor. That's my 30 seconds. But if Cranky wants it.
Anything else, Cranky?
What I want to say is that it's very disappointing for us to be talking about what we are now. We all started this journey very enthusiastic, very optimistic. In fact, more than optimistic. We thought, what you get? You talk all evening, you want to give white me down. I'm gonna talk until I'm done. We start off this whole journey to get to World Cup very optimistic, knowing that we had the talent and the players to do really well, and we end up with eggs in our face because we have poor leadership, and poor leadership means poor outcome.
Was that egg from the 0 that Arsenal scored today?
I think when the last I looked at the table, coach, we were in 5th place. I don't think we have changed. I wonder where Leeds is. I haven't seen them for a while, coach, because we somehow left them behind. I don't look behind me, coach. I look ahead. I don't look behind me. I know somebody's behind me. I don't look behind me. I'm going forward. I went from last. It's like Lewis Hamilton driving. I've been leaving from last, get the record. I've been going up the table. I have a blip, but I'm going to keep going up. Where are you? Good.
So, big up to Cranky and Cataract, especially Cranky for, starting out the show for us today. We had a power outage, yeah, man, and Cranky kick-started the show for us.
So all men are not equal? Okay.
No, they're not.
All men are not equal.
If you think they are, you're
all men are not equal. You're right. That's what you said.
All men are not created equal. No, they're not.
So, respect to all the commenters who came in, the silent watchers, and the whole massive, the whole team. CC was on. Big up to CC. It was a good show. Good discussion again. I had some fun. You know what I mean? Laughter supersedes the bottling. And we're grateful for that, So thanks again, people. Definitely tomorrow, as long as we're alive and well, we'll be on. As long as we don't have any more power cut, we'll be on to, continue with this great show so that we can, continue to push out information and discussion that are telling so that the powers that be will continue to be in the know. Big up to the Reggae Boyz forum. Kyle Wallace and the crew. Just remember, you can always check out Reggae Boyz forum to have discussion. If you feel like the discussion over here has not ended, you can always go over there and continue the discussion. And you can also click on the link to rewatch the program again there as well. All right, so big up yourself, people. Thanks again. And as we normally say, stay safe. Until next time, peace out.
Style of flavor, make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.